your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Alan Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes, on a Wednesday. I got to start it like the man starts it on his own show. Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan Stiles. We haven't heard word yet, but, unless you know anything, I don't, Kyle.
I have an update we can share at some point during the show.
We'll share it really soon because obviously I know kind of what the listeners know, but I know a little bit more, so I don't want to overshare. So I'll defer to you on
I'll say this. We shared yesterday that the baby is not here, but we may have an update on that.
Okay, perfect. All right. Alan Stiles, he'll be back later this month for Media Days, and as we obviously here in the month of September, we're in football season, starting to ramp up for Kings season. Again, Jose Gonzalez filling in today for Alan Stiles. Big thank you to Whitey Gleason, having, of course, Monday and Tuesday. I got you today, and we will be all pitching in as we cover this midday show, and obviously still trying to give you the best absolute content we absolutely can. So, again, make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms. Go and download the app. And, of course, watch the live stream on YouTube. Chat with us and have a conversation with us. You can text the chat line, 916-339-1140. And when I tell you to join the conversation, I'm asking you, and we'll tell you the number then, but I'll tell you it now as well, 1-800-920-1140 as well. Again, Alan Stiles, 10 to 2. I'm filling in for him, and we're going to have some fun. We're going to talk some Niners. We'll talk some Kings here today. And then at 1 o'clock, we will hand off to Brendan Nunez, who will then close out the rest of the show from 1 to 2. So you got me for 3 hours, and I will say apologies to you for not being Alan Stiles, because obviously Alan is great, and he's awesome in this time slot. So, as I mentioned in crosstalk with Dave and with Jason, absolute two of the best. And I'm a Niner guy. Yeah, I like the Niners. I've always I've always watched the NFC West. And the San Francisco 49ers pull out a win this past weekend against the Seattle Seahawks in a way that I very clearly I was stressing. And I'm sitting on the couch, and when Brock Purdy throws that, obviously the highlight there, whoever got that Mountain Mike's Pizza, I was sitting there going, no, what are you, like, I'm in the middle of, as my wife is telling me to calm down because our son is sleeping. I'm like, why are you throwing that? And I just, as I caught it, I went, wow. Like, I went from all the way up here to just, oh, wow, that was caught. Dunn just really went and said, this is mine. And the 49ers beat the Seattle Seahawks. I didn't get a chance to talk much about the game, obviously, but Kyle, looking at this, it's a huge rivalry game, regardless of if you think of it going, wow, the rivalry was really, when the Legion of Boom, and you had Sherman over there, and you had all those guys. That was really the rivalry. I go, no, this has never really stopped. It has always been the games to watch in the NFC West. I know what they have with the LA Rams. I know what they have with the Arizona Cardinals, but I would like to hear your point on, does it raise even to that level? Because I just feel like there's a different hate now between Niner and Seahawk fans.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask me, non-49ers fan, who the 49ers' biggest rival is, I would say Seahawks. Now, it's weird because, A, they haven't played in the playoffs in like a decade, and B, even though the Seahawks have been good, for some weird reason, they've like just never gone on a deep playoff run. There was a stat back in the Pete Carroll era where it was like from post-Malcolm Butler until they traded Russell Wilson, they had like the most wins of any team in a 7-year span that didn't make a conference championship game or something like that. So Seahawks just had this weird tendency to never go deep in the playoffs. The Niners never overlapped with them. But yeah, I'd still say that Seahawks is still the biggest rivalry.
Yeah, you play 2 games a year, especially since the Raider rivalry got taken away, right? Not just the Bay Area kind of rivalry, but just in general, they don't play each other other than when the schedule dictates that it kind of circles around.
Or a preseason game.
Or a preseason game, which still gets rowdy for some reason. And that kind of leads me into the next part of the conversation that I wanted to go into. And I don't know if you saw it, and it's another NFC West team, and that was the LA Rams played the Houston Texans at stadium fight that happened at SoFi Stadium. And there's like this video is going around, and I don't want to talk about that specifically, but I want to talk about stadium environment. How much has it changed? Because over the years, I feel like people being more passionate about their teams specifically has led to more of this like sentiment that you're so connected to the team that when someone insults your team, you know, you're going to go all out. Like I was having a conversation with someone downstairs, and it's like, I'm a wrestling fan too. And it's like, no wrestling fan ever goes, I hate Randy Orton, I love Randy Orton, and then they get in a fight. It's just like you enjoy it, and you enjoy the spectacle in front of you. But that's not, I would say, maybe NFL. I don't think NBA much. And then Major League, is it?
NBA fights. Okay, I will say, coming out of the pandemic, there was like this spike of NBA fights and like throwing water bottles at Kyrie Irving and the guy, was it Suns in 4 guy who beat up the Nuggets fan and then flashed the Suns in 4, and then they actually did win in 4 games.
Yeah.
But I feel like football is the sport we most think of with stadium fights.
It's like, do you think it's ruining the stadium environment? It's really where I'm kind of sitting with this question, because for me, I loved going to watch a game because I got to enjoy it. Like, I'm always been the guy because I'm an Atlanta Braves fan, and so going to a Giants game, I was always the away fan. Going to a Dodger game, an Angels, an A's, I will say, going to an athletics game was always the easiest one for me. Going to an athletics game was always, it's an environment. I love it. I get to sit wherever I want. A's fans aren't going to come at me. But in a Giants, at Oracle, then AT&T, at Dodger Stadium, not so much at Angels. I used to get a lot of people, coming at me sideways to say it, the best way to say that. Do you think it is ruining potentially the stadium environment because people are so passionate about their teams that they're willing to, I guess the best word, to throw it down inside a stadium?
Okay, so the tough part is, like, I don't know if it's the passion environment. I've thought about this a bit. Is it like fans are more passionate than they've been before, or are people just in general behaving worse than they've ever been, and that's just translating over to sports? Is it a combination of that and other things?
Or is it the fact that it's so easy to pull out your phone now and record it?
That's another thing that I've thought about. Like, they're not super active anymore, but there used to be a whole social media account that was called Baseball Fight Club.
Yeah.
And it would literally just be videos of people fighting in the stands, and it was popular and people would send in their videos. But, like, yeah, I think the camera phone thing is a big deal. A Philly Karen thing this weekend, that in another era is how that goes viral. Is like, oh, this TV camera caught it. But now I'm like, the TV camera caught it, and there's 8 other angles of Philly Karen because everyone's pulling out their phones and filming the incidents.
Isn't that crazy going into work on a Monday morning? And like, we always make the joke, right? Like, even sadly, I was a Jake Moody believer. He gets cut, and we'll get into that shortly. But that's I forgot who it was, but the New York Jets player that went to the facility, put the key card, and was like,
when they were pranking him?
Yeah. Did I get cut? Like, that's the idea that I have here. This character, like, going to work and going, what's happening? And like going and sitting at your desk and typing on your keyboard and going, and it's like everybody's staring at me today. What's happening?
I think she's aware though. Like she knows that she's Philly Karen now.
Yeah.
Which
hey, what gets into, like, I get it, like in the terms of, like, I get the situation, but what possesses you to think, well, because it was in front of you and you were reaching for it, that you are now entitled to it without actually grabbing it?
Oh, you mean Philly Karen's behavior? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Ballpark rules definitely do not say that you get the ball just because you were close to it and guy ran over. But
how many times have we seen a player toss it and then someone's hand just, it's gone?
I also do think there's a joke here that I don't think enough people are making, which this was at a Marlins game. And so it's like only at a Marlins game can you have an incident where a guy runs from the other section and is able to steal the ball. Because normally it's like, oh, it's the person next to you and three people are all going for the ball, but there's no one in the stands, so anyone can come steal it.
It's like that insurance commercial. We gotta be quicker than that. It's like it was in front of her. Like the guy, like to your point, ran from the other side, sprinted in the row, and picked up the ball, plucked it. And I'm like, did you think you had all the time in the world to get a baseball that everybody is literally wanting to chase? Like I have never caught a baseball inside a stadium. I've never been lucky enough. And then I take my son here to the Athletics Braves game at Sutter Health, and so a random person goes, "Oh, here," and tosses him like these the giveaway ones, and I went, "This guy's been around for 10 months, already has." So I never got. So it's. You know, if you're in an event, you go to games, you gotta act quick.
You never even got like a giveaway ball? Like I understand foul ball is hard, but you never even got like one of those little plush toys?
The best I can say was my dad's work was having a sweet night or something in Fresno at Chancey Park there in Fresno. So we were sitting right there, all having some fun, and a baseball hit hits the glass. And someone grabbed it. I got one of those, but I don't consider, it was AAA ball. I'm not insulting it, but it wasn't even someone that later on went to go play major leagues or anything like that.
Okay. Well,
that's the closest for me.
Fair enough.
You have? Is that what you're telling me?
No. I just, I grew up in San Diego. So at Petco Park, it's like they give away hundreds of these little plush toys. Like when I was cleaning out our old childhood house, I probably found like a dozen of these like plush balls from 2008 that were just lost in our garage because they just give them away like nothing.
Yeah. No, I guess it was more of I'm not lucky. And I'll tell you, like, I'm not lucky. I raffles and anything. My wife is. I'm not. And I'll tell her, you play because we know I'm not going to win.
Sure. That's fair. I guess not to go down this rabbit hole, but the closest I've gotten is batting practice home run. I got one. Ha-Sung Kim on the Padres at Oracle is the closest I've gotten, is catching a home run in batting practice. But that doesn't really count. They're just hitting everything out. You know exactly where the ball's going to be. But to your original point, yeah, I think that fan incidents, I think with the Rams one, you're talking about the person in the JJ Watt jersey who was kind of getting escorted out and had looked like red on her hands. Okay. I didn't see the fight, but I saw that video.
I saw a couple of other angles and I just was like, all right. But yeah, it's crazy to kind of look at it all. And obviously everything was going in an insane kind of rate. So someone in the chat, and I want to ask you, Kyle, if you know this, someone in the chat asked about the beam being lit up.
The beam lit up yesterday?
I was right here in front of me, and it just went right away in the chat.
I know they did it.
Does anyone know why the beam was lit this morning? Saw it on a really early bike ride.
I am learning this for the first time, if it was lit this morning. There was like a second beam that I guess was associated with the Capitol or something one time, but it was like changing colors and stuff. But I don't know if it was that or the Kings one.
Should it stay only Kings? Like, should we stop thinking it should be is it like a Kings thing, a Sacramento thing? Like, what is this going to convert into? Because it's like everybody wants a piece of it now that they see it actually, that people rallied around this. And it wasn't it was one thing and it's all done. It's an actual thing with it.
Well, I mean, the original intent, the marketing people were like, we wanted to do kind of like the Angels, the A thing when they win and the sign lights up. They kind of wanted to do something like that. So I just kind of think it's like that, or the Fly the W in Chicago. I think that's kind of what it is. It doesn't have to be, it can mean whatever it means to anyone else, but I think its practical purpose is basically just going to be like the Fly the W for the Cubs. And I think it's probably going to last forever.
Oh no, this is the thing. I love the beam. I'm like, one of the first Kings like articles of clothing that I purchased was a Light the Beam shirt. I like it. And my wife, same thing. She first shirt she purchased was a Light the Beam shirt. So definitely on that side.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, well, we joked about this with Alan, is like, people are making the point that the Beam team shouldn't exist anymore because that was the team that broke the playoff drought. But I made the point, like, it's up to us to decide that. The Kings are going to be selling merch with Beam Team on it for as long as people are willing to give them money. They own those trademarks, and they are just going to keep selling Beam Team merch as long as they can.
And I'm going to be one of those that keeps buying the Light the Beam shirts and all those, because, again, I think it's a cool thing that Sacramento as a city has. Let's shift into our 49er conversation here, and let's talk a little bit about Jake Moody being cut. I was a believer in Jake. I thought he was going to turn it around. I thought he was going to, start making that step into a consistent kicker and someone who, was going to miss a few here, miss a few there, but all in all was going to be consistent enough to keep his job. First kick of the game, doink. And I looked at it and I just looked away. All right. I'm like, I don't know if they're going to kick again today. Then kick again. And he makes one in the game, and then one gets blocked. And I just went, the block obviously to me is not on him at all. I'm like, they broke through that line of scrimmage so easily. I think we should be having a conversation about 49ers special teams coordinators because this is not the first time that their line on critical moments get pushed around, i.e., a few years ago in a Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Why? What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but but you know what I mean? It's a special teams thing as well. They cut the long snapper. They make changes to the unit, and they still can't get it right. But that block, I thought, that's not on Moody, but I think he's done. That's not on Moody, but I think that was the last time we will see Jake Moody in a uniform. When I saw the 49ers win and everybody's walking off, then you get the post-game conversation from Kyle Shanahan, who's basically like, personnel department's already looking at things. We'll get through everything, whether it is someone bringing someone in to compete, whether it's bringing someone in to practice, whatever it might be, but personnel department's already looking at everything. As soon as he said that, I went, oh, he's gone. There was no vote of confidence. The first miss, the camera pans right to Shanahan, and he's like if his mind could speak in that moment, I don't think we would be able to air any of the conversation he had in his mind after that miss.
It was comedically funny that he's like this and then has to stop himself. Like, it so perfect. Couldn't have been a better camera shot.
He's like, I'm the head coach. I'm the head coach. I'm the head coach. I can't do this right now. Like, it was that moment. And so Jake Moody, he's gone. He's third round pick. Are we going to start having a conversation about whether the 49ers waste so many draft picks?
I know Whitey yesterday brought up, he did the thing where like 2023 draft class and just listed them all off, and like Jair Brown is the best person that they've gotten so far. And I thought that was so weird because I was like, didn't we just do this with the 2022 draft class? We were like, other than Brock Purdy, nobody is left on the team. I was like, that's 2 years in a row where you essentially add no young talent to a team that lost a lot of free agents and, quite frankly, lost a Super Bowl because they didn't have depth at certain positions.
And looking at it too, it's not only how you draft, but it's the fact that when a player has fallen into your lap, can we give you credit for that? Can we give you credit for Nick Bosa falling into your lap and you going, yeah, we'll take him? Because at the same time, you're the same guys that took Solomon Thomas, right? And convinced me that the Oregon Duck was going to be the next best rusher.
Yeah, that was a funny time, wasn't it?
And so, like, you go down that list. They don't draft well with first-round receivers. Like, they haven't hit. We'll see if Pearsall is that guy or isn't. Obviously, what happened last year to him, this is his first, I think, real season to be judged in the NFL.
They also traded DeForest Buckner for Javon Kinlaw.
It was, let's trade Buckner, let's keep Armstead, right? That was the decision that they had to make.
And
trade,
D Ford.
Yeah, yeah, and D Ford. Trade Buckner, keep Armstead, get Kinlaw. That was supposed to be the fix. Well, Buckner turned into what everybody thought he was going to be, which is an absolute beast there on the defensive line and doing all the right things. Was great for Indianapolis. Is great. So you see him go and do that. Armstead, well, he's not here anymore. And, well, the two guys they end up trying to get to fill the gap, the one they drafted and the one they brought in free agency, gone. It's mind-blowing to see it, and now Jake Moody's added to the list as a third-round pick. And, again, someone in the chat makes sure and I agree, I think after the ankle issue, that's where, like, we can't forget that the beginning of last year, Jake Moody had a great, like, he was starting off great. He was starting the season off where it's like, oh, okay. And then the ankle injury happens, and it's just, he falls apart from there. That Buffalo game, and this, like, it just, everything just fell absolutely apart after that. I don't know if I can fully attribute to that now, but also it's a mental game, man. And if you're if you're a kicker and you miss something like that, all the mental faculties, like, it's hard.
Yeah, I think kind of the rule of thumb here I'm learning is don't draft kickers, because I just pulled up kickers that like teams spent a premium pick on. Basically, all of them stink, man. Between Jake Moody, Joshua Carty with the Rams, who I guess is still technically around, but you got Zane Gonzalez, Austin Siebert was a 5th round pick, Justin Rohrwasser, the guy the Patriots took who got cut like before training camp.
Yeah, and this is I think NFL thing with kickers and trying to be the smartest guys in the room to draft them really early and then it not working.
Yeah,
Kowski's the only one that comes to mind that actually worked.
Yeah, I know Dave mentioned Roberto Aguayo, who was like a 2nd round pick years ago.
For the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah, he was no good.
No.
I mean, and some of them work. Like the one I think of is the Bengals kicker, McPherson, right? They took a premium pick on him as a rookie, was great. There are examples, but it seems like so many of them don't.
And McPherson, a big piece as to why the Bengals won that year.
Yeah.
He was absolutely clutch of clutch. So it's just intriguing to see it. And they brought in Eddie Pinheiro, and you know what? He is an efficient kicker in terms of accuracy, but there's a knock on him. There's a reason why he was cut. Does not make extra points. That's why he's no longer, and that's why he's been with 3 teams in the past 5 years. So that might be flipped. But he's going to be the new kicker, and now maybe instead of field goal watch, we're on point attempt watch.
He was like an 80-something, like high 80s kicker with the Panthers for 3 years, and even the Panthers were like, nah, we're good. Let's go get a rookie.
Couldn't make extra points, and that is the name of the game, especially with now that it's all moved back and going. So interesting stuff on the 49ers, and it's just gonna be interesting to keep watching the kicker situation and how that continues to develop and where that is going to go. Draymond Green said something. That's really all I got to tell you, because anything Draymond Green says seems to be news, but this time he said something about one of our own, and that is Domantas Sabonis. So we'll talk about that next. You're listening to the Alan Stiles Show on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Feel the earthshake at the Fall National Trucking Record Bowl, Saturday, September 13th at Stockton Dirt Track. Massive machines, raw horsepower, and dirt slinging action. Tickets start at just $15. Visit StocktonDirtTrack.com for tickets and info. Don't miss the action.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Part 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, SacSuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. SacSuperstore.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
The Ellen Stiles Show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports, 1140. And as we look, obviously, Jose Gonzalez, I was about to skip over. I'm Jose Gonzalez. I'm filling in. I'm here with you until 1. Brendan Nunez will then take over and hand you off to the Drive Guys as Whitey Gleason returns to the Drive Guys. And Whitey and Kyle are going to have some fun with, obviously, Jay joining them as well.
The triumphant return, you know? It's not every day you get to hear Whitey and Drapes together on the radio, you know?
Yeah. It feels like that way recently, right?
Yeah.
You know, like it's been some time.
They were joking. It's like Whitey took a week off, and then Draper had a 2-week vacation, and then Whitey was obviously filling in here for the last couple days. So Whitey and Drapes reunited triumphantly today.
Yeah, I'm excited. It should be some good stuff at 2 o'clock, and obviously all the way through 6. And just if you don't remember the lineup, come on. But 6-10, the Carmichael Dave Show, Jason Ross, and of course the Alan Stiles Show 10-2, and then obviously the Drive guys 2-6. I believe Golf to Go tonight as well. So just throwing the whole lineup out there for you guys to get you ready. So through the break, I told you that Draymond Green said something about someone, and that was obviously Domantas Sabonis. And what Draymond Green was talking about here is the Stomp from Game 2 of the 2023 playoff series, which I remember really well. I was not here. I arrived here in Sacramento. It just sounded like I came from somewhere very, very far away. Now I made the 2.5-hour drive up the 99 from Fresno, California. But when I arrived here, I very clearly knew about that the year prior. And I remember it because at the time that it happened, I was just like, it made me dislike Draymond a little bit more, right? Like, it obviously, it just, you stare at it, you go, what are you doing? Like, why is that your reaction to anything? And as Draymond does, he doesn't take accountability for the actions that he takes on the court. He will give you the excuse as to why it happened. It's kind of when you talk to someone and it's that you all know that person. It could be at work, it could be in your personal life, that you say, hey, you did this. And the first thing out of their mouth isn't, I'm sorry, or you know what, you're right, or I see what you're saying. It's, well, that happened because, well, I did it because, and that feels like where we are here with Draymond Green, and we have some audio.
Oh my God!
Oh, you gotta give him that. You gotta give him that.
Okay, can you explain that? What necessarily happened in this situation, Mud?
Why is he holding on to my ankle? Yeah, he holding my ankle. Look,
they're watching the video.
You can't hold my ankle. Step on you. Look, they got my ankle wrapped. They don't want you to see that part.
Where is it at?
Look. Slow it down. Look, you see look, why he,
and now he's showing up.
Look, that's crazy. They don't want you to see that part. See what they want you to they don't want you to see that. They just want you to see the stuff. Yeah. Look,
he stepped on the
They don't want you to see that. Who's they? Is it the media? Is it like everybody with eyes? Like, who's they?
It's the thing that people do to just, get people on your side. The evil them, the evil other. It's a go-to line. Really effective, but it's just, that's the go-to line. It doesn't matter. It's just them. It's just not you.
Like, we're really equivalating, right? There's a equivalent here of what they were showing, and who was he talking with?
This was Kai Cenat on his stream.
He's a streamer.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little,
Look, I don't know I don't know the streamers either, but he's one of the four.
I think is he the one who has Kevin Hart on with him and
sure.
Okay. There you go.
There's four that everyone knows. It's Kai Cenat, it's iShowSpeed.
I know him.
Mr. Beast, and I don't know, pick your fourth person. But
I know Speed because of WWE. That's the only reason I know.
Okay, gotcha.
Showed up at Royal Rumble and got speared.
Yeah.
So
this is the one. This is not the one who Tyler Hero went on and said that history doesn't exist pre-1950.
Okay.
But it's the same kind of vibe.
Okay, that makes sense. So, and for those of you on the radio, obviously, what was happening there is that they're sitting in front of the computer and he's showing them the clip of the moment, and they slow it down. And let's be real. I watched it many times too, and I go, okay, I guess if I stop it right there, I can see what he's saying. He kind of does grab his ankle, but at the exact same time, what it appears to me is that Domantas Sabonis is protecting his face. That, because anybody stepping right near my face, my first reaction is going to kind of be this, which obviously people on the live stream can see what I'm doing, but covering in a kind of motion, which I could see how that ends up wrapping on his ankle. I could see that. But as a soccer player, I've had many of times people having, clipped me and done I never stomped on anybody, even going over them. Even when I have a one-on-one with the goalkeeper and he catches the ball, catches my ankle, like my reaction has never been like, oh, let me stumble, boom, on your chest. Like I never did that. I played college soccer. I played almost 20 years of my life. Never happened.
Yeah, and we rehashed this years ago. It's funny that that we finally got Draymond talking about it because he apologized at the time.
No, that didn't sound like he wanted to apologize.
No, he apologized at the time, but there's also the famous video where they're reviewing and like he's doing this to Kings fans in the crowd as he's getting ejected, and there's like all sorts of stuff. But like, yeah, I mean the solution. We've gone back and forth about the grabbing ankle, not grabbing ankle. The solution is not let me break your rib.
100%. Like, and again, maybe, and this is someone who is trying to find the excuse in it. It is maybe like I tripped, and in order for me not to fall, I had to step on you. But he didn't. That wasn't a step. It wasn't like a and kind of like, oh, I just used you as leverage.
Yes, it was a stomp.
It was a knee to chest almost, and directly down.
Which, by the way, if the timelines are correct, this is coming off of a season in which he was suspended multiple weeks for punching Jordan Poole. He choked out Rudy Gobert early in a game. Like this
was this pre-post kick. Kick in the groin.
Well, kick in the groin was pretty early in the run. Okay, I mean, that was Steven Adams' kick in the groin was like 6 years before this, but he had, this is the funny thing, he had multiple groin kicking incidents that I'm struggling to remember. Did he kick someone's groin afterwards? But I mean, he said this look at the Draymond Green. This was post choking out Rudy Gobert, but this was pre-punching Nurkic, which I think was the one that got him like an indefinite suspension and had him go to fake counseling.
Like, I think what annoys me most about Draymond Green is that he is someone that if he's on your team, it's like a Pat Bev, right? You don't like him anywhere else. If he's on your team, you're like, all right, he's going to do it to someone else.
This is actually a fact.
Like, you look at it, that's to me, that's where it is.
Sure.
But how do you, as a dad, because he's talked about that, as a dad, how do you explain, like, you're not taking accountability?
No, he's just an insane person, which is fine. Again, like, I've talked about this before, expecting people to adjust to norms or be rational when Draymond Green is like someone made this great point. He is the greatest success story of least amount of physical gifts to accomplish where he is. You're not supposed to be 6'6" and be the best defender in the NBA for damn near a decade and a Hall of Famer, right? So Draymond Green being physical and being insane is the thing that got him to where he was. It also maybe cost the Warriors a championship, but expecting him to be normal, I've always thought is difficult. So yes, he's an insane person. Being an insane person has worked great for him. It's just not as cute when you're 36 years old and going on streamers.
And it's also interesting to think that you talk about potentially ruining a dynasty, right? Like he's the one who ran KD out of town.
Yes and no, because I know
there's a lot of different variables to it, but Draymond Green was not of benefit to that situation with Kevin.
Yes, and the Warriors sided with KD, which could have put Draymond over the edge because they were like, Draymond, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. We're siding with the guy who's the Finals MVP. Yeah. And I think Kevin Durant was just so unhappy that he was just like, no, thank you.
I agree. I think it was gone regardless, but Draymond Green was a very evident factor in that. A former King has signed abroad as well. And so it's interesting because he's not the first King to sign abroad. He's not the first King in a week to have signed abroad. There are many of players who have played on the Kings in the past 2 years who are now playing abroad. We'll tell you who this guy is when we come back. You're listening to the Alan Stiles Show on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
The Sacktown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville Outlets. The 49ers got their season started successfully with a last-minute win in Seattle, 17-13. Jake Tonjes, the hero, making a leaping grab in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. Niners back on the road this week in New Orleans. You can catch all the actions on Sunday right here on Sacktown Sports 1140, beginning at 9 a.m.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, I'm Alan Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org.
Truck Month is on at Elk Grove Chevy with $9,000 savings off MSRP. Every new 2025 Silverado 1500 diesel and 6.2-liter in stock after all rebates. And Elk Grove Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $9,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Elk Grove Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at megachevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Includes 1,000 consumer cash and GM bonus cash, 1,000 Chevy trade assist. Must trade in 2011 Chevy car or truck. Not available with special finance and lease in some of the represents 9/30/25.
Made a great deal at Maya.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Part 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com. Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Your
home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
The Alan Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports 1140, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We got you all the way to the drive, guys. Then we'll hand you off, and the drive guys will take you the rest of the way until 6 o'clock, and then golf to go. During the break, Kyle and I were talking a little bit about fantasy football. I was really mad last night. Everything's kept me really busy. So I didn't look at the waiver wire, didn't really kind of look at any tight ends or anybody that might be there. Maybe, a wide receiver that I had confidence would, I didn't have time. I was telling you, I got a notification, I think like 5 minutes past midnight, 6 minutes past midnight, and I hadn't put my my watch on the sleep thing. So I got a notification. I'm like, oh my goodness. The only people notified, right? My wife, parents, stuff like that. So I look at my watch really fast, and it's a notification, 6 waivers process, and it's like 7 waivers. And I went, and I look at it, already missed out on everything. Didn't get anybody this week. And it's not like I had a good week either. I have 4 teams, 3 of them lost. So
you're a tough start to the season for you. You really needed some of those waiver additions.
I'm 0-1. Feels like 0-2 already. Feels like the season's over.
So do you do waiver priorities just based on record in your guys' league?
Some.
Okay.
Yeah, some of those, some are rolling, which is just, you get what you get, and if you save it, you can save it. But I think the majority I'm not a commissioner, so I don't want to be because sometimes it can get to a lot of work.
Sure, I get that. I was just asking because, I know in a couple of leagues that I do, we do the system where it's like everyone gets like a budget for the whole season.
Oh, no, I've never done that.
Okay.
I've never done that.
Because that's one where I'm like, I don't have to worry about priority or whatever. You just put in a price, basically.
Yeah,
and then
if you want to put $5 on, or like figuratively.
Yeah, you get like 100 for the season, and you can do. I put in like 1 for Kyle Pitts, but someone put in like 10 for Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, to make sure you get them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a bidding system, which I guess would hurt a little bit less because it's like, oh, well, this person bid whatever. But yours, it's like you had number 1 priority and just didn't do it.
Nothing.
Tough break.
Yeah, just after week 1, I'm like, I'm done. I don't care about football anymore. But no, it was one of those moments where I just looked at my phone and went, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm just going to sleep.
Especially when you need it, that stinks.
Yeah.
We can't all be like me and won by 50 points more than anyone else in the league in week 1.
I had in one league 65 and another 75 and another 82, and I was just like, cool. So this is. Jake Peralta of Brooklyn Nine-Nine is like, cool. Like that's just how I felt.
Dang. So which first round pick screwed you over this year?
With all the leagues, I don't even feel like my first round pick was bad because in one of them I took CMC and I got him really late and I went, it's fine. None of my first round picks were bad. It's just no one on my team actually went over 20 or over 50. It was everybody had 10 basically, and I got 80.
So everyone else stunk for you. The problem was your entire team, no one came through.
Everybody was average. Average.
Can't win fantasy football that way, Jose.
Not after week 1. My wife won, though, which is pretty crazy. I drafted her team, and she knew how to play her players, apparently.
Just look at the numbers.
Yeah, her and I deal is she'll say, you draft him, I will handle all ad drops, lineup ad, all of it. Apparently that should be our arrangement for everything.
That's great. Have you ever won in a championship for fantasy football? Yeah. Okay. Because I think it'd be funnier if you won a championship for her before you won a championship for yourself.
Yeah, well, I haven't won one in 4 years, so this could be the year. So there's a player that is now signed abroad, and it is for the Australian juggernaut, the Perth Wildcats. Who is the player, Kyle? Who has gone and signed with the Wildcats?
Well, Jose, that would be the G League Finals MVP, Mr. Mason Jones. Mason Jones no longer on the Sacramento Kings, was on the Summer League team this year and started at least the first few games. I think he got hurt and didn't play the championship game, I want to say. But anyways, Mason Jones is leaving Stockton, leaving the dynasty behind as the only player, I believe, who was on all 3 Stockton Kings teams that either made the conference finals, the finals, and then ultimately won the championship. Stockton King legend should have his jersey retired in Stockton. Mason Jones.
Well, I have his old number jersey. If anybody wants,
do we want to hang it up in the rafters here?
Yeah, does it belong somewhere up here in the studio? Interestingly enough, for those of you that don't know, Mason Jones signs there. He couldn't come back to the Kings unless it was on the roster. And if he was coming back, he had to go. His two-way player was done. So if he went to Stockton, the only way he went to the Sacramento Kings, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Kyle, would be on a 10-day contract, which then you would have to make a decision based off of that. So the Kings would have to spend a roster spot on him in order for him to have stayed a King.
Yeah, and they could have done that later in the season, but again, they would have had to waive someone or trade someone in order to make it happen, right? This is the Scala BCA situation where he was coming back to Stockton, playing in Stockton the whole season, but then was on a 10-day contract sometime in March. I think it was when Sabonis got hurt. They brought him in on the 10-day.
Yeah.
Which it was a big deal. I remember it was like first NBA game since 2020 for Scala BCA. He's made it back, but it was a 10-day and then he was back in Stockton. And now I think he's on the Magic's G League team or something, but that would have been the route Mason Jones would have had to take, is basically just play the whole year in Stockton, hope you get a 10-day or a roster spot opens up for you.
It's just tough. It's tough. Like, did you think he was going to have to go overseas to get a spot?
I think he could have stayed in Stockton if he wanted to.
I mean, maybe outside of the Kings organization. Like, there's just
so this is the tough thing, right? So the NBA has set up the two-way system contract to essentially get young players the opportunity to develop. You know, you go back, you're not taking up an NBA roster spot, but you're not on the team. You can be activated, I think it's for like 50 games.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, you can get activated for 50 games, but you're not taking up a roster spot kind of situation. It's a really great system.
I like it.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of great stories across the league of two-way guys that have ended up making it in the league because of this system. Keon Ellis is the one that comes to mind for the Kings, two-way player on the Beam team now, current role player. But they set it up that once you turn 25, your time is up. We got to let one of these younger people have the shot to try and develop. And so Mason just, the clock ran out, never got that fully guaranteed NBA contract versus like Isaac Jones came in last year as an undrafted rookie. And by March, he's got a roster spot.
Yeah.
So tough break for Mason, but I think that the NBA had set it up once you get to 25, it's time to shuffle these guys out.
Is there a chance in your eyes he returns back to the NBA? If you gave me a percentage, we're cutting up to the break, but if you gave me a percentage of who you think, how much you think it would be for him to come back?
20%. I mean, I think of Sam Merrill, who's now on the Cavs. He was a G League MVP, kind of like Mason Jones, and eventually he did get there. I think of Mac McClung, who hasn't gotten there. So I'd say 20%, but now he's going to go play for an Australian basketball dynasty. And quite frankly, I think he might be happier there.
You know, I know a lot of people, like to look down upon maybe going to play for Real Madrid, not the soccer team, or going to play there in Australia. But those leagues are tough, and it's not like it used to be. There's a lot of guys that have NBA level stuff that are no longer NBA players. So interesting stuff there. Mason Jones signing in Australia with the Perth Wildcats. All right, there goes hour one. Coming back, we'll talk about the Kings, but NFL version. What does that mean? We'll talk about all of that next. Hour 2 next. Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan Stiles on Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Chrysler's Drive Into Fall sales event?
Not only can you save up to $12,000 off MSRP on brand new 2025 Ram 25 and 3500s, but qualifying work trucks may be 100% deductible under Section 179. Plus, with nearly 500 Rams available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties, your next Ram is waiting at Hoblet.
Man, you're just piling on the savings this month.
As a fifth-generation dealer, we know a great customer experience is important, and we have dozens of customer service awards to prove it. You won't find a better selection of new Rams, savings, or service than at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center in Woodland.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$12,000 net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Laramie after $2,500 factory rebates and $9,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 on-the-job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. Only certain trucks qualify for 100% deduction under Section 179. Consult a tax professional. Aid of the net savings. See dealer for details.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Alan Stiles.
On Sacktown Sports.
The Alan Stiles Show, 10 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Today, you got me to 1. Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan. The text line, 916-339-1140. Call 1-800-920-1140 when we ask you to call. And this is what I love about sometimes context of things, because I had to ask you something from the YouTube chat here in the break, and you're like, oh, he's just doing this. I'm like, oh, he would have got me. Definitely would have got me. I think in the age that we are in, it is so easy to. I think the adjective is troll. Even though it just feels weird saying that because it's just like just pranking people. It's so easy nowadays. Like it just how quickly things happen and how quickly people try to say things. It just in a snap of the fingers, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this. Oh no, that's not real. That's not that guy. So
no, look, there's a lot of filtering that kind of comes in with this stuff, but I will try my best to kind of filter down things here.
So with that being said, Sacramento weather right now has been like I was listening obviously to Jason and to Dave and Jason, and I was like, is there going to be another 100-degree weather day? But like, I'm from Fresno, California. I'm used to 100 degrees. I came up here. I'm not used to the beautiful nights that Sacramento has because, that Delta nice breeze, it could be 100, but at night it's already cooled down to 75. And in Fresno, it's still 95, So that has been an absolute pleasure of being in Sacramento. Is I like the heat. I'm not a cold weather guy at all, and you being from San Diego, I would assume you're the same way. You don't like cold.
I like it about 75 degrees.
Yeah, yeah.
So middle.
So cold to me is obviously 40 degrees. Like that's cold to me.
Sure.
That's a real cold winter day, maybe here in Sac and obviously in Fresno. But like it was abnormally cool this summer. Didn't hit many 100-degree weather days. And we're already in the 70s, going to kind of climb back up to 96, 97 next week, I believe. But, hey, like I was just seeing a report from the Sac Bee that on this apple farmer who in an orchard who was like, the apples are going to be the best they've ever been. And he goes on to talk about the science of it. And he goes, because the 100, I'm not going to go litigate that, but I'm sitting there going, I never thought of that. The effect on the crop that this weather season has had. And obviously here in Sacramento, we talk about agriculture being a huge thing. And, I'm from Fresno, so that's huge to me too. And I go, I'm excited. I'm excited now because I love supporting local farmers and going through. Like, I'm excited to try apples this season.
Yeah, everything's going to be a little bit different because, last summer we had the hottest July on record, and then this year we had the coolest 3-month summer period in 20-something years.
Yeah, it was like almost 30 years.
Yeah, so put it all together, and you're gonna get some changes in the weather and changes in the climate will affect how your crops get grown and how a bunch of different things come to pass once you get to my favorite time, this Sacramento fall from September until whenever the time change happens.
Last year was my first year truly experiencing the summer to fall change, and it's the same thing I tell people. I will defend the city of Fresno every single day of the week. I'm a Fresno born, raised, all of it. I will defend Fresno no matter what. I've almost been here 2 years, and I feel like I'm in that level of I'm going to defend Sacramento. Like I'm not just going to say all things are great and just throw everything out there to the extent of just always positive everything Sacramento. But man, I enjoy the weather here. Yeah, when it's 105, it sucks. But how often are you standing outside at 2 o'clock? It's just, that at 7 o'clock, it's going to be nice and 85 and a breeze is going to hit you and you can go on a walk.
Yeah, I kind of make the point that 40 weeks out of the year, it is excellent. 12 weeks, it's awful. Unfortunately, this year, 12 weeks was 6 weeks because of the next season.
It was less, 100%.
Hey, you know where else it's awful 12 weeks of the year weather-wise? Pretty much every city. Pretty much every city outside of San Diego and Los Angeles and maybe San Francisco and Miami.
Yeah, I was the coastal cities outside. Yeah, I'm outside of that, you're gonna catch Seattle, I guess, maybe rainy. I don't know. It's a rainy city.
But I'll take that over. I like I said, I'm more in the middle, but I will take 40 over 105.
How do you? I brought up Seattle, and obviously a sister station up there, and Seattle sports. What was your reaction to Adam Silver kind of going, well, the expansion process, we're just kind of getting going. We're figuring it out. We're basically at the beginning of it, while Seattle fans and Seattle listeners and Seattle everything sitting there going, I thought we've been working this for the last 3 years. I thought we've been working towards this expansion, and basically you guys were looking at other cities plus us. Like it was us, and then you're going to look at which other city you're going to expand in. It seems like NBA is maybe going to pull another fast one on Seattle.
I don't think they're going to pull a fast one on Seattle, because I think unless someone's going to swoop in the 12th hour and try and get a team, I just don't see.
We're talking about let's talk about Las Vegas.
Well, Las Vegas, I think, will be the other team. I think Seattle and Las Vegas will be the two. Who else? Is it maybe Nashville tries to swoop in? I don't feel
maybe, but if I'm Memphis, I don't want that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be those two teams, but there was reporting earlier this summer that's like there's a contingent of NBA owners that are happy at 30, and they're not sure that expansion would pass because you have to get like 75% approval to put expansion and approve an expansion fee. And again, I don't want to bore people with the details, but basically you need 75% on board. And apparently there's a group of owners, I think it was led by James Dolan, but there's a bunch of owners that are like, actually, I don't know if we do want to expand to 32. So I think that's kind of why Silver is hedging his bet on that.
Yeah, I'm like, if you're the NBA, obviously, like just to kind of parallel it in Major League Soccer, right? That's how they've really made it seem like they've been profitable. Is expansion fees have just kind of been insane in Major League Soccer. And so now I think it's up to $250 million or higher than that.
Which, for reference, a decade ago, Sacramento was at $50 million for an expansion fee with the team that fell apart.
Yeah. And so you put that all into context, and it's just it's weird, but it would make sense that Dolan is the guy that's having these conversations out loud. And maybe privately as well. It shocked me to see that they were making it seem that way. I think obviously it would take a $500 at least $1 million expansion.
Oh, for expansion? Oh no, they're talking $2 billion.
Yeah, it was $1 billion, because if you want to buy an NBA team, it's at least $1 billion.
Yeah, and I know LeBron has talked about in the past, like, hey, Adam, you're going to give me a discount on that Vegas team, right? And in my mind, I'm like, no, he is not. If they wait long enough, it might be a $3 billion expansion fee. The Kings are allegedly worth $3 billion, and they're the Kings.
It's an insane world in terms of valuations of professional teams, because NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball, I hurt for Seattle. Just looking up there and going, man, they have a hockey team, the Kraken. They have a football team.
Sounds like things are cracking up there, They were in a championship last year. The Huskies were. Yeah. So, I don't know.
2 years ago, right?
That is 2024. Yeah.
Well, I was like, actually, it is last year. Man.
Technically.
Kalen DeBoer.
What about him? He's got to be so unhappy.
I didn't know why he took the Alabama job. I thought it was.
I mean, you kind of have to take the Alabama job. You see that man's buyout?
I'm like, do you? Because, like,
I mean,
you're following Nick Saban. It's like parallel. It's like following Robbie Gould.
Good transition there. Should we hit you with the Senor Segway sounder? I think that's
Senor Segway strikes again.
I think that's pretty good. That was like a 3.
Well, it was close. I was gonna go and try to throw David Akers' name out there, but he's known more for being an Eagle fan. An Eagle player.
Sure. Well, I gotta say, if someone's gonna offer me $100 million to coach Alabama. I mean, what are we doing here?
Well, yeah, but I get it, and I get why he left, but I felt like he was going to have more success at Washington than he was going to have at Alabama, and I feel like I'm looking at that correctly. And it's someone that had a close relationship with Kalen DeBoer when he was at Fresno State. I had an open line of communication with him, one of the nicest people I've ever met, one of the nicest head coaches I've ever gotten an opportunity to talk to, but I thought it was a terrible decision to take the job. Again, professionally, not monetarily.
Sure.
Financially, yeah, go get the bag. But
yeah, just real quick, I saw someone make a great point that is like, Washington is the best job in college football nobody talks about. It is in a major city, has giant boosters, now is in the Big Ten, and people have proven over like 4 decades now that you can win at Washington, whether it's Peterson or James or DeBoer or whatever. And if he wanted that job, I think he would have been happy for 2 decades.
Yeah, I agree.
And he chose Alabama, which I think you kind of have to do, but they are going to make his life miserable if they start losing more. Because they can't fire him. His buyout's like $70 million.
Alabama can get $70 million. Like those donors will it's the brown paper bag joke in the SEC.
I mean, $70 million on top of paying $100 million to whoever the next coach is going to be. I don't know if even Alabama can pull that off.
So you brought up a great conversation here, and let's have it, which is, who is the Kings equivalent in the NFL? That's the question you posed.
I should give credit. This was a Whitey Gleason topic from yesterday that we didn't get to.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not the most creative idea ever, but this is a Whitey Gleason special.
So it's an interesting perspective. The teams that are listed, the Lions, the Browns, the Cardinals. As I look, as I kind of sat there and I thought about it, and I was just kind of going, who would they be compared to? Because I thought, I was like, the Lions, wow, the Lions have had some success. We talk about Barry Sanders days, and you talk about kind of there, but the Super Bowl has very much avoided their franchise. Then you look at a Browns team. I think, to me, the Browns are the least likely in this mix. I think Lions, Browns, Cardinals. I was really looking at the Lions and the Cardinals as a reality, because the Cardinals came from Chicago to Arizona. So at least it's a team that was relocated, similar to the Sacramento Kings.
I think a pit stop in St. Louis at one point.
There was a pit stop. It was a horrible pit stop in St. Louis.
Hey, just like the Kings, except Kansas City. But technically the Kings played in St. Louis when they were in Kansas City.
So they are the team that I if I had a very firm answer immediately without kind of beating around the bush on this, that's what I'm looking at. I think the Arizona Cardinals, because we talk about their Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers, which Harrison, remember that. It's, to me, that would be the equivalent of losing the Game 7, and being that step away from beating the Lakers and then getting screwed because of the officiating. And we won't relitigate all of those things, but that's interesting to me, because the Arizona Cardinals have been a step away from achieving it with an old quarterback in Kurt Warner, who, again, just goes there with Larry Fitz. I love Larry Fitzgerald. He's one of my all-time favorite wide receivers. Just one of those, go get the job done, do your job, stay quiet, don't make any, like, he just was the epitome of go do my job and go home.
And then when he retired, was like, I'm not going to tell anyone because I don't want any celebration.
Larry, he's awesome. I've always followed him a lot, and being a Niner fan, I hated him a little bit, at the Arizona Cardinals. So what is your perspective on this? Is it looking at the Lions, who've never won a Super Bowl and just they don't get there, or the Arizona Cardinals, who have been a step away but losing it?
I think what both have similarly is like just 60 years of crud with like one little period, one brief respite of success, but even that success was not like championship level good, right? Lions 91 NFC championship game, the Cardinals, you mentioned the 08 Super Bowl. And when they were bad, they were really crud. Like historically bad stretches. I think the Cardinals didn't make the playoffs. I think the Cardinals have the longest playoff drought in NFL history, kind of similar to the Kings. Both teams also won in the 50s, which is cool. You technically have a trophy, but we can't say you've never won. You just haven't won since black and white television even existed. But I will say, I've always said the Lions, and I also thought the Lions one was good because their crazy NFC Championship turnaround season was kind of Beam Team-esque in terms of like a lot of people didn't really see it coming. They were like 0-16, or I'm sorry, not 0-16. They were like 2-14-1, and then made the playoffs and went to the NFC Championship. So I kind of thought that the Lions always made sense. Dave says all the time that we're the Detroit Lions of basketball kind of situation. But the more I think about the Cardinals, the more I'm like, yeah, the Cardinals actually kind of make just as much sense, where it's like they've never been total crud. They're just usually like 5-12 when they're bad.
Yeah, and you talk about a guy like Carson Palmer there. Like you talk about what the Cardinals have kind of gone through and seen. It's never their guy who's the guy. You know, it's a veteran quarterback that comes in and kind of mixtures. And when they've been great, is guys that have come in with a couple of their own that have developed within the organization. Like again, Carson Palmer, shout out Fresno. But 13-3 in his age 36. Like he was one of those first guys who are like, whoa, is he going to play into his 40s? And then it absolutely fell off the next year, and he's out of the league 2 years later. But I would lean Arizona Cardinals if I'm talking about a team that I think most would reflect the Sacramento Kings. But we talk about the success of the early 2000s of Sacramento. We talk about the Beam team, and they've had stretches of greatness. So that's where I would sit with it. If I'm looking at who maybe the listeners might think in this situation, but I would say Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I think kind of the Washington Wizards I think of more as like Detroit Lions-esque for this reason.
Yeah.
Only because, yes, it's been total crud, but the Kings have never had Calvin Johnson. The Kings have never had Barry Sanders. Like guys who are universal first ballot Hall of Famers come through. Like Shaq going to the Orlando Magic. That's never even happened in Sacramento. Usually because Sacramento messes up the draft picks to make it happen. But like the Arizona Cardinals, outside of Larry Fitzgerald, which I get, Sacramento doesn't have a Larry Fitzgerald. But like outside of that, it is a lot of like the Cardinals have to get people that nobody else wanted. And that's very much a Sacramento Kings situation. Great players don't come here by choice, and great players don't usually go to the Cardinals by choice. It's a lot of Carson Palmer's, Kurt Warner's. You know, I'd say like Patrick Peterson is a close example to De'Aaron Fox, even though Patrick Peterson's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Remember Anquan Bolden going
exactly.
there. Yeah. No, it's
JJ Watt recently too.
Yeah. So I would 100% say on that stretch, the more we talk about it, the more I sit in that side. But De'Aaron Fox was going to potentially be that guy of, he wants to be here, was going to be here.
But even De'Aaron Fox, all NBA point guard, certainly, but it's not what Larry Fitzgerald or Patrick Peterson were too. Those are Hall of Famers who happen to play the bulk of their career in Arizona. Now Peterson left obviously eventually, but played his prime entirely in Arizona.
Yeah. And Larry never wanted to leave. It's just, I'm fine. Just keep throwing me the football and I'm good.
Yeah, keep throwing me the football, Kevin Cobb and Drew Stanton.
It's so crazy to think that man had the kind of stats that he had with the quarterbacks that he had outside of two of those greats.
But not even the greats when they were at their greats.
Yeah, when they were in their low 30s or early 30s.
And we're also kind of stretching to say the great Carson Palmer. Like, Carson Palmer was a very good NFL quarterback, but I don't... Who here is like, wow, this great all-time quarterback that is Carson Palmer, which basically... Carson Palmer's career is basically Eli Manning with no Super Bowl rings.
Wow. That was a shot at Eli Manning.
Well, yeah, because Eli Manning is going to get into the Hall of Fame, but shouldn't.
I think that's a long conversation, right?
Sure.
I feel like that's a long conversation because I wouldn't say I don't share your sentiments, but I I'm intrigued by that I guess discussion, because I don't think anybody in their right mind would choose Eli over Peyton. And obviously Peyton, one of the greatest regular season quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
I'm like just looking at the stats and looking at everything in front. So
at the time was the first 3-time MVP before a certain age. I can't remember what it was now, but yeah.
So interesting. It's as we get ramped up too for the King season and look forward, obviously, like we talk about whether this season is a rebuild year, whether it's a let's get over to the next side kind of year, whether the Kings are, going to be in that play-in conversation and how that is going to look, and how satisfied are Kings fans going to be if that is the conversation that we're having in 4 months, where we're sitting in January, close to February, NBA trade deadline around the corner. And are we going to be saying, well, we want to make a run at the play-in, or we want to make a run at that last playoff spot? Or you find people who are willing to take the contracts you no longer want and are ready to expedite. I have not been able, and I've looked at everything that I can. I have not, Kyle, been able to put my finger on the pulse of Kings fans to what they want to happen. Because I've heard the extremes, right? I've heard the two extremes. I've heard it on this station at times, the two extremes. But the two extremes is let's go all in, let's tear it completely down. Those are the two extremes. Now, the least likely is let's go all in. Least likely. But from the fans, I see a section that says, no, we're good. We're good. We're like a couple of role pieces to make some runs. And there are those that obviously are like, okay, we need to trade Zach LaVine. We need to trade DeMar DeRozan. We need to just the only two players that stay are Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. Get rid of everybody else. There is a faction of the base that is yelling, kicking, and screaming that. I sit in the middle. I know that people are not fans of purgatory, if that's the way you want to look at it, which is let's just keep winning enough to make sure we're competing enough to make sure that Golden One is good and everything looks good. And, we're not terrible. We're going to win some ball games. Maybe we can steal a series. Maybe we can steal a play-in on the road and have a first-round series at home. I'm sitting here and I go, DeMar DeRozan, yes, past prime. DeMar DeRozan is who we're seeing, but I think he's still really good. It's just, is he willing to let go of the basketball, or is it going to keep sticking to his hands? I think having Zach LaVine sitting in the right and left corner of the court is not going to be the offense that you want. You want that man moving as much as possible. He can't be stagnant. Are you going to try to see if Keegan Murray actually can take the offensive jump that everybody expected him to take last year? Like, there is a lot of questions in it where, yeah, if this offensive team can figure it out, they're going to win some games. But defensively, we're going to sit here and question, when does Keon come in? Is Malik going to be that guy this year? Like, what is the starting lineup going to be? But what is the finishing lineup going to be? All too often, we talk about who starts the game, not who finishes the game. And that's just as important in the NBA because, hey, those last 2 minutes, make or break. So potentially a nice 8-0 run can seal a game for you, or maybe you just need a shot and you got DeMar DeRozan being able to be a walking bucket. But there are so many questions surrounding the Sacramento Kings. And, of course, you're going to have people much smarter than me and better at doing this, having the conversations on a daily basis. And so we move forward. And one person that is willing and ready to move forward is Jonathan Kuminga. Is it going to happen soon? There's a deadline that is still quite a ways away, but not quite a ways away. There are people waiting on you, Kuminga, and he's making them wait. We'll talk more about that when we come back. Alan Stiles Show on Sacktown Sports 1140.
With football in the air, fall is almost here. Time to start thinking about the cooler weather ahead and whether your heater will be able to get you through the winter. Our heater fell apart last winter, so who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
It's Kids Night at Stockton 99 Speedway, Saturday, September 20th, presented by your local Tractor Supply stores. Enjoy free games, prizes, and family fun, plus racing action from late models, legends, pure stocks, and more. Kids 10 and under are always free. Visit Stockton99.com for tickets and info.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Truck Month is on at Elk Grove Chevy at the Elk Grove Auto Mall. And Elk Grove Chevy has one of the largest selections in the area, all with big Truck Month savings. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
The Alan Stiles Show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Jose Gonzalez filling in for him. And again, I just go out there and just say apologies. I'm not Alan Stiles. I'm not, and it's okay because he's going to come back.
We hope.
Well, yes. I can speak from experience after having some nice time off with my young one. Who is turning 10 months here very, very soon. After 5 weeks with him, I was like, man, this is the life. I love being a dad. I love having all this time with my son. So I definitely can understand it.
And then you got to come back to work and deal with all of us bothering you all the
and
time.
you got to talk sports and just get into all the nitty gritty of everything.
Well, now you have to talk sports. At least before it was like, now I just think about sports all the time. And all the people who talk about sports come and ask me questions.
Yeah, I talk about, hey, did you hit your brake correctly there? Hey, did you, how was that tease? How do we do this? And I'll tell you, I know Dave is paying attention closely if I'm hitting my brakes on time.
Sure.
I know. He'll shoot me a text. Be like, Jose, what are you doing, man?
Jose, let me just give you a little bit of, let's say, insight into how the station maybe goes to you, my boss and program director. Dave is not listening right now. There is a 1,000% guarantee Dave is not listening to this show right now.
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Look, we had a running joke where do you know about Alan trying to trick him with the baby situation? Yeah, we made it months with that. We talked about it actively on the show. Listeners knew for months, and Dave still didn't know that Alan was having a child. There is no chance Dave is listening to the show right now.
We'll have some fun with that. We will have some absolute fun with that. And again, thank you for tuning in, for bearing with me. And I say it that way because trust me, this is the third time in 2 years that I've been behind this microphone with you guys and just try to have fun, get to the other side and get to the drive guys who are going to be, or Brendan, who's going to be way more entertaining.
Well, on the SAC chat, it looks like people say you have a great radio voice. So it's almost like you've done this before.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that they're talking about my voice and not about what I'm saying. I'm good. I'm thankful to that. My dad, who I am very thankful for, I would attribute this voice to him.
Your Nepo baby voice.
My Nepo baby voice, as Dave very clearly talked about my radio history.
Is that possible to have a Nepo voice?
A Nepo voice. I hope my son does. And again, my dad's voice is a deeper tone, has a bigger bass, and I just appreciate it, but definitely can't. Alan Stiles, when he comes back, he'll be doing a great job with you. And with that. Do we have an update? Is there an official update? Because I haven't had a chance to text Alan. I've been texting him yesterday. I haven't had the time to text him.
Okay,
today.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about Jonathan Kaminga or Alan.
No. We're talking about Alan. We're talking about Alan.
Okay,
we'll get to Kaminga right now.
So as of this morning, today should be the day. He's talked about it on the air. The due date was supposed to be last Wednesday.
Yeah, a week ago.
We are now at Wednesday the 10th. They are going to the hospital at some point today. They are going to try and induce. So today should be the day.
Okay.
Yes,
Fingers crossed.
As we're speaking, he may be en route to the hospital.
Okay.
So today should be the day that baby comes out.
Should already be there, from my understanding.
Possibly.
He gave me a time that was early this morning.
Without giving away his details, the hospital keeps kicking them down the road because it's like, well, you're not. It's one of those where it's like, again, as someone who's never had children and never experienced this, it's like if you're not actively in labor, they're like, well, sorry, another person just showed up. Can we move you back?
No, and I get it. My TMI, my wife got induced as well, and it took 2 days, almost 2 days. So
yeah. But
so we're on watch here. We'll be talking baseball here shortly as well. I love baseball, just so everybody knows. It's one of the sports that I've paid attention to my entire life. I used to sit next to my grandfather, watch the Atlanta Braves on TBS, watch Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, obviously everybody in that rotation. We'll talk a little baseball in a little bit, but let's get to the Jonathan Kaminga news or no news, right? Like it's just. We're sitting in a spot where if we're talking strictly from a Kings perspective, Jonathan, please keep doing what you're doing because you're delaying everything that the Golden State Warriors want to do.
Also, you've given us a lot of content. Alan made the joke before he left. The 4 people he owes hugs to for carrying through the summer is Jonathan Kuminga, Brett Siegel, me, and the fishermen in Natomas who keep fishing illegally. And do you not know this story?
I don't know this story whatsoever.
Anyways, so yeah, there's man-made lakes in Natomas with fish, and you're not supposed to fish the fish, but people are fishing the fish, and so Alan is like filming them while they are illegally fishing.
Is Alan one of those TikTok guys? Just
it's been an ongoing saga. It's been months of him going to this park and seeing children and adults fishing in the fish, like literally right next to a sign that says "No fishing," and they're fishing.
No insult to those that fish, but watching this Jonathan Kuminga wade out seems like going fishing.
Sure.
Just looking at it, just looking at the rod. Are you gonna get a pull? Is gonna get a bite? Is it gonna go? And you just keep staring.
But at least if you fish illegally in Natomas, you can break up your fishing by staring to make sure no one's watching you illegally fish in Natomas.
Man. Oh, so October 1st, is that the deadline? Early October is the deadline for Jonathan Kuminga.
October 1st is the official deadline, although Whitey made the point if they both agree, they can both push back the deadline. But I would also, Warriors training camp opens like September 29th. So I would imagine they would like to have 40% of their team on the team when media day happens.
There's a bunch of guys just sitting in the waiting room. Just waiting.
That is our update for Kuminga Watch today. Monty Poole of NBC Bay Area did a great story kind of talking about where things are right now. And the main point on Kuminga is like, okay, Kuminga's playing his cards right. He's telling the Warriors, we're going to sign the qualifying offer, change your deal, trade us. Otherwise, we're just going to sign the qualifying offer, which the Warriors do not want to have happen. But if they're okay with him leaving in free agency at the end of next year, they'll let him take the qualifying offer. Why they would do that, I don't know.
And it just, to me, it reflects when a team has that guy and they're like, yeah, we're going to get through it. And it's just like, I never understood the Oklahoma City Thunder unless they were told there were a certainty for him to re-sign. I never understood Oklahoma City not trading away Kevin Durant and getting anything and everything you can. Like, in these moments, you need to go get if you're telling Curry that you're willing to try to win, that's how you go, hey, this guy doesn't want to be here. He's not going to give us everything he has. Let's go get a couple of maybe pieces that are going to be here presently, that want to be here, maybe not want to, right? But that are willing to play next to Curry and Butler, and let's go chase something in the last couple of years that we can. It doesn't make sense to me that the Golden State Warriors are the tactic they are using right now, but it's not the same guys running the show anymore.
No, they're prioritizing flexibility above everything else, which is why they don't want Malik Monk or Royce O'Neal or any of the sign and trade offers that had been presented for Kuminga, because they don't want any money beyond 2027. Because, we've talked about it before. Curry's deal's up, then Draymond's deal is up, Kerr's deal is up. And maybe they go get Giannis. Maybe they blow the whole thing up. They just want flexibility come the summer of 2027.
How do you do that with a nice arena like the Chase Center, sitting right there with the nice expensive tickets, and right there in San Francisco?
When Steph Curry is going to be 39, it's a very look. If it lands Giannis, it will all be worth it. If it doesn't, it's a fireable offense. Which, hey, if that's the strategy you want to go with, go for it.
It isn't it weird that it seems like Golden State and the Kings are kind of in the same spot, but one of them has two superstars on the team, and they're still not, to me, championship contenders. They're maybe a 5 seed, sitting in that range. So it's interesting to me how all of that is going to shape out. I am a Kuminga guy, and I believe that the Kings should do what they're doing, which is stand pat, don't bite, and go and get what you can. So Kuminga Watch continues, and we continue here, right? Filling in for Alan Stiles, Jose Gonzalez, Alan Stiles Show 10 to 2 on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13. Select models only.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year-end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Fall is coming, and Sacramento Rivercats baseball has you covered. On Friday, September 19th, the first 2,500 fans at Sutter Health Park will score a free San Francisco Giants puffer vest, your last chance at a giveaway this season. Grab your tickets at rivercats.com.
Alan Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
If you're just tuning in, Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan Stiles. Stiles watch is it baby Stiles watch? What are we on? I'm like, cause Stiles he gives great names and he puts out some of the Stiles Presso and all of that. Like,
I think we could just call it baby watch.
Baby watch.
I guess it's like Baywatch, but baby watch.
Yeah. No, I get it. I feel like we can come up with something cool.
I guess
for Alan, for Alan's sake.
We
got a couple hours left. We're still good. We still. Well, you got 1 hour and 15 minutes with me, but
we've got a couple hours of show.
We're all Alan technically. We're all embody what Alan does.
Yeah, sure. Well, we may not have Alan, but we still have his voice here for us.
Bo shizzle.
All sorts of dumb stuff we've got here.
I'm very unk.
So we got a little bit of Alan Stiles here, as he maybe is in the process of having, well, not him, his wife is in the process of having a baby.
I'm like, don't make that mistake. Don't make that mistake.
No, I kind of told him earlier, I was like, good luck to you and your wife, but really just your wife. You're just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah, hold her hand, be there, what she needs, it's one of the most helpless things to be a part of, by the way. Like, you're not helpful. And you just got to be as helpful as you can. And sometimes that means get the heck out of the way.
I don't know. I like to I won't know until I'm in the situation, but I like to think I'm secure enough with myself to be like, yep, I'm a useless sack of flesh, and you got it.
You get it really quickly where, like, for me and my wife, I was just like, you yell at me whatever you need, and I will do it. Whatever it is, I will run. I will get out of this room. If you want to stop seeing my face, we could do that. Like, whatever you need from me, just let me know. So we're on watch there. And again, filling in for Alan today, and you might hear me a little bit throughout the month here and there, just kind of as we rotate, as we all kind of fill the gaps, so that Alan can do what Alan needs to do, which is be a papa. Just, go be a dad. And let him be a dad and not have to worry about the show.
Be a dad number 2, because there's still a small child running around as well.
But that's what I mean. Be a dad, because he's going to have to pick up a lot of the slack, right? Like, and I don't mean slack in a bad way. I just mean wife is going to have, or should have, the opportunity to, get back to herself for a little bit. And he is going to have to probably be, taking care of the little one and the little one with him. So it's cool to see. And so we just send all our positive thoughts Alan's way, and hope nothing for the best as they welcome baby number 2 here very, very, very soon. So with that being said, there's a fun rule change, as you put it, in the NBA. And Shams, again, reporting that the NBA will implement a new change for the 25-26 season. Unsuccessful end-of-period heaves will now be recorded as a missed field goal attempt for the team, not the player. Those long heaves will no longer impact an individual player's stats. So now we might see the greats start flinging it, right? Like, now LeBron is not going to go, there you go. You shoot that. I'm not going to shoot that.
Yeah. He did that in the finals one time. I saw someone point that out. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, this was a real thing, is like players did not want, and they openly admitted they did not want their stats to be diminished by those end-of-period full-court heaves. So I don't know the exact terms, but they were originally proposing that it's like if it's beyond half court, then it doesn't count. But if it's like a 3-pointer at the buzzer, that would count against your stats.
Do you like it?
I think this is great, yeah. Because there's basically no reason not to change the stat.
I don't like it.
Why?
Because you're the player taking that chance. And if the points go in, are we crediting the points to him, or are we crediting only the points to the team?
No.
So why do you get the benefit of hitting that 3 and it not counting toward your field goal percentage, but not missing it? You know, like
in baseball, why do walks not count against your batting average or for your batting average? Because it's just a walk.
It's an on-base percentage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But there's a clear difference between a batting average and an on-base percentage. There's not much difference of I'm shooting, I'm the one attempting it, I should get the attempt and or make.
Sure, I'm just making the point that like if you draw a walk, it's like the at bat didn't happen in the stats.
Correct.
So this is like if you don't hit the half court shot, no harm, no foul.
So then we should have a separate stat like we do in baseball
of half court shots.
I don't like it. Just it. I get it, and I'm not saying I think it's an absolute horrendous rule that is gonna like. I understand why you do it. From a business perspective, I 100% agree with it. From just, I guess, a perspective of someone who loved baseball so much growing up that I used to study the back of baseball cards and I used to memorize the batting averages and the on-base percentages and slugging and like what that was. I remember having those sports cards and reading those stats. Like, it's not going to affect it much. We're talking about 4 times potentially in a game that could happen. It's not going to happen 4 times in a game.
Yeah, which I see someone on the text line saying, well, what if Trae Young starts throwing up half-court shots? It's only when the buzzer sounds situation. If you chuck a half-court shot with 6 minutes left in the quarter, that counts against your stats.
Yes.
So it's a small thing. Yeah. Also, I just want to see more people do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From a business perspective, okay, I get it. But from a just statistical perspective, I would say you're attempting a shot. Like you genuinely are. And I get it, it's going to go against the team. So the overall team field goal percentage would go down still, but that player specifically will be able to, that shot never happened unless it goes in.
Yes, if it goes in, it counts.
So I think that's where I'm just having an issue with it.
Sure.
It's weird to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like overthinking this.
You're saying it's weird having something just not exist, like a thing
unless it goes in, then it does exist. It's like if it's like in a to me, I like it's weird. There's no other real like. I think parallels to it, like in soccer, you don't have a buzzer, and in baseball, like maybe the pitch clock.
Here's the interesting one that I can compare it to. So in football, and this happens every couple months or something like that. In football, when you do the kneel down, it counts as negative rushing yards for the quarterback.
Correct.
Like if you are dropping back and kneeling down, it's like negative 4 yards. If you're just
like in
clock.
College football, the quarterback gets sacked, it's negative rushing yards.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like that would be another instance where you change the rule. Like kneel downs don't count as negative rushing yards because you see like in the gambling world, it's like over under 41.5 rushing yards for Patrick Mahomes. He's at 43 and then he kneels down and he goes down to 40 kind of situation. It's like that shouldn't count as negative rushing yard situations. So there's other moments where it's weird.
But in that situation, and I'm glad you were able to draw that. That's a great comparison. I can understand as a quarterback going, I'm just taking a knee. I shouldn't get the negative rushing yards. Like I'm not it would be as though he fakes the spike and throws it up and it doesn't get counted as a pass attempt, right? Like in that situation, I go, yeah, I get it. But anyway, I'm like, there's a rabbit hole here that we can absolutely go down. But it's an interesting rule. I'm I would say I'm like 80% I get it, 20% I'm like,
I'm all in on it in part because I just want to see more of them. Like I made this point to Alan last year, and he gets kind of annoyed when I bring it up. I think the most again, I'm a little baby child. Yeah. I've only been watching sports for 15 years. I think one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, maybe the most impressive thing I've ever seen, was the Kings game last year where Jokic picked up the basketball like a baseball and threw it 67 feet and made the full court shot. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I want more of Jokic picking up the ball from 70 feet, baseball passing it into the basket as the horn sounds.
Spencer gave us another great one on the YouTube chat. It's like if a Hail Mary didn't count against quarterbacks. That's a great parallel because, if it gets intercepted, it's not an interception on the quarterback because you're flinging it up there. If it drops, it is. If he catches it, it goes. So that's Spencer. Appreciate you, man. That's a great parallel there. 2 hours in the books. We got one more hour with me. Then Brendan will give you a lot better basketball talk than I can ever do, and he will join you in hour number 4. We continue on. It's the Alan Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Drive Guys.
I think I have that right, Jay. Yeah, boy, I see you over there crooning. R&B album coming soon, huh? Mr. Gleason.
I have too much respect for the genre.
Dub G.
To tarnish it with my own efforts.
No, man. You play a part in it.
Yeah.
You can listen to The Drive Guys Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 1140 a.m., YouTube, and the Sacktown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's will open the season next year on March 26th in Toronto, and the full slate of games that day will mark the earliest traditional opening day in Major League history. Now, as far as the Dodgers coming to West Sacramento for the first time, that series will begin on June 29th.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916 650-9998 now.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by Malik.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan Stiles. Stiles Files.
The Stiles Files.
I was like, that's his Twitter handle, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I think that's what I remember. He will be back with you.
The Stiles _files.
That's what it is. He'll be back with you for media days. Is the expectation. Obviously, things can change, and so just prep yourself. There's going to be a change of and a flock of people that will be handling the midday show duties as we get through. One constant should be Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass.
Hopefully. I should be here for the next 13 shows.
Oh, what positivity from you, Kyle. Positivity. Where am I at here on my list? All right. So, reminder, download the app. And I say that because I'm someone who sometimes, during the week is driving back to Fresno and I'm listening to the frequency all the way near Merced is about where I stop being able to pick it up terrestrial-wise. And then I just put the app on, I listen the rest of the way, and that's easy peasy lemon. I don't know the phrase.
App is great. Website is great. We've got podcasts, by the way. I don't know if people know that.
There you
Alan
go.
Stiles Show.
Don't forget my podcast.
You miss it, you can find it. 100%. You guys missed the Mountain Mike's giveaway that the morning show had?
Well, you can't win that anymore, unfortunately.
Well, next week.
Well, next week you can.
Next week you can, yeah.
But we don't even know what highlight it's going to be yet. We don't know if McCorkle is going to be slinging an 80-yard touchdown, and that's what you're calling in for.
Or what about just another touchdown? George Kittle's out.
Wouldn't that be great if just every week it's Tungus?
It could turn into a running joke. Hey, I'm up for anything with this, but
every week, what did Tungus do that's going to win you $50 of Mountain Mike's pizza?
It could be. It could be. And
if it goes on long enough, we could probably get him on the show, right? Like Purdy, tough.
Yeah, I was like, I don't see why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, if this turns into a running joke, Tungus seems realistic for us to be like, if we put in the media request.
I don't know. He's a popular guy right now. He's a popular guy. George Kittle, he's hamstring injury. He's out. Could be worse than it is, but right now, 4 to 6 weeks, it looks like.
I guess that's a good point. If he catches a touchdown 6 weeks in a row, all of a sudden, everyone wants to talk to Tungus.
Now all the national sports networks are like, hey, we actually are going to get this guy's name right. I didn't know it was Tungus, right? I thought, and the way some others were saying it, and then I finally hear someone say, okay, we correctly, this is how you pronounce his name. I went, oh, that's how much people didn't expect him to be part.
I called him Tongs for sure on Tuesday. I don't know when, but I guarantee I did.
So George Kittle out to at least week 6, it looks like. Could be worse. Hamstring injuries are some of the trickiest ones to get back from because you start feeling like you're good. You start feeling like, oh, I got this. I can move. I can get a groove going. And then you go out there, you take a weird little step, and you feel that pinch back there again. And now instead of it being week 6, we're looking at week 9, week 10, and it can end up being worse. So one of the things that I hope the Niners do with this hamstring injury is obviously once you kind of tear it back there, it never really fully heals. And so you got to be as careful as can be. I've injured my hamstring a time or two while playing soccer, and I remember the first time I heard it. It just feels like something pops back there, and then you really can't you can't put pressure down, and you can't do some other things, and so it's the worst feeling in the world. And so, well, now obviously it's not, but George Kittle, hamstring injury, at least week 6. And then you talk about Brandon Ayuk. He's out at least through week 6, and we don't know when he comes back. And even when he comes back, we don't know if he's going to be that guy or healthy.
Yeah, and week 6 is a very interesting marker for this 49er season. And I think the reason why week 6 becomes the barometer is something Whitey brought up yesterday, which is their week 5 game against the Rams is a Thursday night football game. So they'll have like 11 days to kind of figure out who's available and who's not after that. So if we get to week 6 and all of a sudden it's like, oh, Ayuk still isn't ready, or oh, George still isn't ready, then you'll kind of know this might be a problem.
But not only in that perspective, but if you're 3-3, if you're 3-2, right? If after that game you're sitting at after week 5 you're sitting at 3-2, are you looking at it going, how does the division look? Should we rush our guy back? Right? You know, that where it's like he seems healthy, things are trending correctly. We need him. We need this win. Let's bring him back. Or is it the 49ers are sitting at 4-1 and they're in a good spot? Like, obviously not in a great spot, but in a good spot. And you go, let's keep him out maybe one more week. Let's be a little hesitant. Let's be a little careful because they have a late bye this year as opposed to years prior. Their buys were always week 6, week 7, and they're struggling to keep everybody healthy. This year, if I'm not remembering correctly right now off the top of my head,
I think it's later.
I feel like it's week 11 or somewhere in that ballpark this year. And I will confirm that here shortly as the iPad works or not. But as I look at it, you go out, I think you get lucky, and Juwan Jennings might only miss a week, could potentially come back this week. And so the bye coming week 14 for the San Francisco 49ers. And it's, as you look at it, you go, okay, that might be obviously that might be a great thing if they're making a run. But if they're not, and they keep getting hurt and they keep finding injuries, that week 14 bye is going to feel like an absolute eternity away to try to just get one extra week for these guys to get healthy. Brock Purdy, toe issue, could miss week 2, but it seems like week 2 would be the one game he misses and he'd be back week 3. George Kittle out. We talked about Brandon Ayuk out. We look at Juwan Jennings getting hurt and that not being part of the script. He could be back this week, but he also could miss week 2. Kendrick Bourne gets signed. Now he's coming back. Like, who is Brock Purdy throwing to?
Or who is Mac Jones throwing to?
Or I can't believe that. I can't. Hey, Kyle Shanahan's about to get his way.
Oh, he's been waiting for this for years. Years, I tell you. Years. He's final. We joked about this yesterday. Until they traded up in the draft, he wanted McCorkle to be the guy at number 12. This is the quarterback that he wants because his strengths, McCorkle's, short, accurate completions, play actions, things that play into what Shanahan likes to do. He's that prototypical guy that the Shanahan disciples, Mike Shanahan, your LeFleurs and all these guys want that type of quarterback to be their quarterback, and now Shanahan might finally get his way. I don't know if they're going to win, but he's never going to be happier.
It is going to be an interesting thing if Jones is going to be the guy for week 2, and if you're the San Francisco 49ers, it just seems like even after just week 1, you're in survival mode. But the really big positive that you see if you're a 49er fan is they're actually taking the football away. That is huge if you're the San Francisco 49ers, because that was their biggest critique last year, was they couldn't take the football away. They couldn't cause turnovers, and they couldn't get points off turnovers. In just week 1 alone, they get some really critical ones. So looking ahead at that as well, if you're the 49ers, it's just injuries. And the 49ers taking on the New Orleans Saints on the road. They don't have their first home game till September 21st when they are at home against the Arizona Cardinals. But a Saints team that very much is in the eyes of me is in a rebuild mode.
I think a lot of people.
I agree, but it's felt like they were a rebuild mode away for a very, very long time. But the San Francisco 49ers are over a touchdown favorite on the road in the Dome there against the New Orleans Saints. Back-to-back road games, if you come back out of that and you're 2-0, and you're getting ready to take on the Arizona Cardinals, which I think is a sneaky bad game for them because for some reason they can't stop Kyler Murray. Maybe Robert Saleh figured something out as a head coach, but even with Robert Saleh present, Kyler Murray would run around and figure out ways to beat the San Francisco 49ers. But if you're 2-0 coming out of this with Brock Purdy missing a game, with George Kittle out, with potentially Juwan Jennings, like all those guys I mentioned prior, if you're a Niner fan, I start getting a little chest pumped up and getting ready, you just start believing.
So this is kind of the tough thing and why I've said for years, like being a 49er fan has to be insane because football's hard enough to understand and then they just don't make sense for football people. But you have the easiest schedule in the NFL in the last 16 years, according to the people who do that type of analysis. Like, just across the board, good breaks. Only like 3 difficult games, and most of them are in the division this year. Yeah. So in theory, there should be no tough stretch of games like they had. I think it was last year where they had like the Eagles, the Seahawks, the Rams, and some other difficult team like all back to back at one point.
Yeah. And you look at it, and again, it's structured so well for them, but they have to be studied for how many injuries this team sustains and how much change in the medical room they go through trying to find, like, they have not infinite amount of money, but they have any amount of money to go find the perfect guy for the job or go and figure it out. Like they have it. They haven't been able to do it. And the closest I kind of go back in Gary Vitti in the Los Angeles Lakers. He retires with Kobe, right? And the Lakers go through this stretch of injury. He didn't retire with Kobe. I think he retired a year earlier. But it goes through so many injuries. And the Lakers were like, we can't figure this out, like our medical team. And they were so used to not. So, like, the Niners have to be studied some way. That they like a toe issue. What? Like, they get the injuries that you just kind of sit there and scratch. Now, talk a little Raiders here as well. Kind of shifting. They take on the Chargers. If the Raiders beat the Chargers, who, again, the Chargers
beat the Chiefs.
Beat the Chiefs. I wanted you to say that.
That one every time, because the two things I root for most in sports are Kansas City to do well and the Chargers to be embarrassed. It hurts a little extra more when the Chargers beat them.
When Quincy Johnson is the guy catching 2 touchdowns. It was, and a guy that no one thought he was. I think everybody wrote him off after last year and what that team kind of looked like with the receiving core. And then you got Joshua Palmer in Buffalo going and catching a couple touches. You're like, what? But Justin Herbert has his guy Keenan Allen back. McConkey's there. He's the younger version of Keenan Allen and is a safe guy for Justin Herbert. They ran the ball decent, not great, but they aired it out. And if you're the Raiders going into this game against the Los Angeles Chargers, what if you win? Because not a lot of people were giving the Raiders a lot this year. And I was one of them. I thought a 9-8 kind of team, maybe 8-9, but I was like, hey, get lucky they could get 10 wins.
Yeah.
Geno Smith looked good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. What's tough, though, is I'm curious to see what happens when the Raiders play an actually good offense, because that defense is stinky. So the Patriots aren't going to hurt you. They're rolling out like Booty and Hunter Henry trying to throw. That's who Drake May's trying to throw to. And by the way, God, I forgot who their offensive coordinator is, but it's one of those guys that's just like
Josh McDaniels, isn't it?
That's right. It's Josh again. Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, it's the Vaughn.
Again, it's He made Mac Jones work, but again, he made Mac Jones work, which is hand the ball off 1,000 times and just throw screen pass offense, which is not going to be great for Drake May. But if the Raiders defense holds up against a good offense, yes, I think the Raiders could be something this year.
It's so intriguing because obviously Amari Cooper signs and then goes, oh, actually, I'm going to retire right before the season gets going. And if you're the Raiders, you're kind of sitting in a spot where I don't really look at the wide receiving core and go, I fear anyone other than obviously Brock Bowers is good. And they seem like they're going to get around the potential injury to him. It seemed like that could be dangerous. It was a knee issue that flared up and everybody's like, oh no, he's gone for the year after week 1. It seems like he's unscathed with that. And maybe at max misses 1 week, which is very lucky for the Las Vegas Raiders. But New England, I think we're a good first game for Las Vegas to kind of get through some of the things that they needed to get through with the new head coach, new staff in town, and obviously former head coach having a lot to say on a pregame show and talking about him and saying, I wanted a running back, I wanted a quarterback, I wanted to keep Josh Jacobs. They ran him out of town, and he's here with you guys with the Green Bay Packers. I think the Raiders with Pete Carroll are understanding the identity. They're going to try to make Genty the guy to run the football well. They're going to give him 20, 25 carries a game. He's going to get the ball in the goal line situations. Geno Smith, I think, understands very much what Pete Carroll's intentions are on offense. And it's not a learning curve for him because he knows the coach. He knows how to handle it. So I think the Raiders are in a better spot than I thought they originally were. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say this team is a Super Bowl contender. That would be just dumb of me to kind of go out there and yell and scream. Just like if I'm a 49er fan, which I am, saying that, I would go out on a limb and say kind of the same thing. But this Raiders-Charger game is gonna tell us a lot about both teams. Really?
Yeah, I think the way to look at the Raiders is like they are a distant fourth no longer. They're still fourth, but it's not like they're so far behind the 8 ball that, the last couple of years it's been like, well, they're one of the worst teams in football and perennially drafting in the top 6, but as Alan tells it, should have been top 3 because they are famous for winning meaningless games at the end of the season that ruin their draft positioning. I'm just kind of trying to find the spread for that game here. It looks like the Chargers are 3.5-point favorites in Las Vegas. So that kind of tells you, yeah, the Chargers are still better than Vegas, but the Raiders are still a competitive football team.
And what I've learned, and people could correct me if I'm wrong, what I've learned is when you're at home, you basically get a 3-point favoritism.
Sure, yeah.
And then it's like, okay, then how it flips in maneuvers. So like the reality is maybe Vegas looks at the Raider or the Chargers as 6-point favorites.
Yes. It's that point spread that gives you somehow the dumpster fire Dolphins being favorites against the Patriots.
Exactly. Oh, the Miami Dolphins. Oh, I have a buddy who is a Dolphin fan, and he was shooting me texts galore, just like, I hate to. He was in a rage of rages that if I knew any better, I'd be like, hey man, chill out, man. He's like, I'm done. I'm not watching another game till he's not the quarterback. I'm like, it's week 1. It's week 1. Like, but
yeah, but
I understand
their coach might be fired by week 4. But anyways, to the point about the Raiders, yes, I think the Chargers are considered about a touchdown better than the aforementioned Raiders.
But if you win that game, obviously you're going to make a lot of people believers. I think I like Genty. Again, I'm a college football guy growing up in Fresno and all of that. So I know Boise State really well, and so I watched them a lot the last year. And dude is special. I believe he's special. I think he's going to be that guy that I think the Raiders wish Josh Jacobs was going to be for them, which he was. I think Josh Jacobs was phenomenal for the Raiders for that time being. But I can't wait to see if Genty can finally start, upping that yards per carry number and kind of start figuring it out because, the stance was a whole bit of conversation coming out of the draft. Are they going to change him? He was always upright to kind of in a squat, how a normal running back would kind of approach it. So interesting to kind of see how the Raiders are going to go into that Monday Night Football game against the Los Angeles Chargers, which should be I'm excited for this week of primetime football. I'm like, there's some really good games out there. Even starting Thursday night, what is it? Commanders,
Packers.
Commanders, Packers. So I like that. There's some really good stuff coming up.
The NFL does early season well. At least in recent years, they've gotten smart. Like they used to, how like Kansas City and the Bengals would play like in December every year. They kind of got smart where it's like, we don't know who's going to be healthy come December, so let's just stack all the good games early in the season, and we'll figure out the rest later. They've gotten very good at doing that. The Ben Johnson return game is this weekend. You've got obviously the big one is the
Eagles Chiefs.
Yeah, Super Bowl rematch.
So it's this quick is pretty cool. Like I like that they gave us the rivalry Cowboys Eagles. I like that they went into that instead of just saying let's do the Super Bowl rematch. But the Eagles have a tough immediate road. The Sunday night game, Falcons against the Vikings, and then obviously two Monday night games with the Bucks, Texans, Chargers, Raiders. You'll be able to listen to to those primetime games right here on Sacktown Sports. So some interesting stuff.
Do we get both of them?
Can't confirm yet, but the expectation is we do get both.
Oh, fun!
Yeah. So there's some fun things we'll be doing.
Excellent
as well.
Yeah, normally I'd be like Texans, Bucks, blah, but now I'm actually thinking about it. I'm like Texans, Bucks, huh? That's actually a little something.
Yeah, the NFL, the NFL has just, if there is one organization that gets it, that understands, we're going to do things that our fans don't like, but we're just going to do it, and we're not going to worry about kind of the vocal repercussions of doing what we do. Because the NBA, they care, right? Like Major League Baseball, they don't care about, I personally don't think they care about the fans, but they care about what the owners think, right? That's the commissioner's job. Is to do what the owner wants.
They cared up until they literally had to change the rules.
Exactly.
They literally were given no other choice. Like you have to.
And so the NFL just does it. And obviously they have a dang near monopoly on everything. In terms of sports viewers, sports listeners, just eyeballs, anything and everything. They're just people that I don't even know like sports, and they're like, I'm going to watch a football game. What? Well, yeah, I don't know. Just watch it. And obviously, the Taylor Swift stuff last year brought a lot of new viewers into the NFL, and it's just like, again, I think they're doing a smart thing, which is trying to grab the international market and blitz it and just kind of own it. And they are owning the heck out of it. So San Francisco 49ers could be 2-0. The Raiders could be 2-0, or the Chargers could be 2-0. The Rams beat the Houston Texans. So Rams have a shot at it. Hey, the California teams, I know the Raiders aren't in California anymore, but the California team's doing well.
Yeah, and NFC West wise, the Cardinals could be 2-0. They've got the Panthers this weekend. So that should, I assume, be
everybody had gotten on that Panther train, huh?
Allen was all in.
Everybody had gotten. They're like, Bryce Young, he's the man.
I was not, because I've literally not seen the Panthers win 7 games since I was a sophomore in high school. So I was not in on the Panthers train, but Allen was all in on the Bryce Young, which I also think Bryce Young is great. I just think he also has no defense and very little offensive line and receivers that we don't actually know if they're good or not.
Yeah, there's tons kind of sitting in that, and the NFL reigns supreme. So we know that primetime games here on Sacktown Sports. So make sure to tune in Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football. Obviously jumping into there on the drive, guys, and kind of looking ahead. You know that if there's a Kings game, then know that the Kings will obviously take that precedent right there. And there's some conflicts that we've already seen this year. So just kind of putting that out there for all of you. Now, coming up, we'll talk about Major League Baseball. Let's jump into some Major League Baseball talk because here coming up at the end of the hour over there at Sutter Health Park, Jason Ross reporting live. No, I'm not Jason Ross, not reporting live, but he's going to be enjoying the game out there. And it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day for some baseball. I'm not going to say the other one, but it's a beautiful day for some baseball. So we'll chat about that next. Jose Gonzalez filling in for the man, Alan Stiles, right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Drive Guys.
I think I have that right, Jay.
Yeah, boy, I see you over there crooning. R&B album coming soon, huh? Mr. Gleason.
I have too much respect for the genre.
Dub G.
To tarnish it with my own efforts.
No. You play a part in it.
Yeah.
You can listen to The Drive Guys Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 1140 a.m., YouTube, and the Sacktown Sports app.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper. Are you having a plumbing or drain problem? Well, call my friends at Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys. Right now, you can get drain clearing for just $67, and they'll throw in a free camera inspection. Their technicians show up on time. There's never any surprises. So call Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys, or visit them at nosurpriseguys.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Part 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Feel the earthshake at the Fall National Drum Record Bowl, Saturday, September 13th at Stockton Dirt Track. Massive machines, raw horsepower, and dirt slinging action. Tickets start at just $15. Visit StocktonDirtTrack.com for tickets and info. Don't miss the action.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Jose Gonzalez filling in for the man Alan Stiles. We're on Stiles Watch.
Stiles Baby Watch.
Stiles Baby Watch.
Stiles Baby number 2 watch. I hope someone's watching baby number 1.
Hey, man. It's a whole. I'm so excited for him. I can't wait for him to welcome that blessing. So, right before we got back, Kyle saw me take my phone and quickly try to grab a picture because I saw a stat come up on the TV here of the Athletics against left-handed starters, not pitchers. Again, clarity is important. With all the left-handed starters this season, the Athletics are 17-16. So obviously, not a lot of left-handed starters out there in the game. But okay, perspective 33. I can do quick math. Don't ask me to do any other quick math. I can do that quick math. So 17-16, and they rank 5th in runs per game. And again, this is Major League Baseball rank. They rank 5th in Major League Baseball with 5.1 runs per game against left-handed starters. Their average, .281 average, 2nd best in Major League Baseball. And slugging percentage, .481, 1st in Major League Baseball against left-handed starters. And then just to round it out, they have 55 home runs against left-handed starters, good for 3rd best in Major League Baseball.
Might there be a left-handed starter on the mound today for the old Boston Red Sox?
You know, if context clues have taught me anything in this life, is if there isn't, then I maybe someone should be having a conversation with the producers of the broadcast if there's not a left-handed starter.
Well, didn't help him much yesterday because I was out at the old Sutter Health Park for a little bit of that game, and they were facing Connolly Early, who I don't know if that was his MLB debut or season debut. It was his first performance of the season, left-handed starter, 5 innings, 11 strikeouts, no runs scored for the Athletics.
But isn't that even crazier that the stats are what they are?
Yeah, that actually makes it even more insane that they have such good statistics. It looks like
Peyton Tolle?
Peyton Tolle, left-handed pitcher for the Boston Red Sox today. Let's see if
has a 7.56 ERA.
Yeah, but he's only played 2 games.
Yeah, he has 8 1/3 innings pitched.
And 9 runs.
8
runs. So, hey.
2 home runs.
Good luck.
2 home runs. It's not warm. Is the ball going to be flying out?
I mean, I sure hope so, because the first run the Athletics scored today will be the first run they've scored in the series against the Boston Red Sox. This is game 3, and they've been outscored 13-0.
A Red Sox team that, mind you, traded one of their long-term contracts this season and is sitting 3 games back of the Toronto Blue Jays in the AL East.
Yeah, just don't understand baseball at all. Although I will say the people who really know baseball did kind of say when the Devers trade happened, like, ooh, Giants kind of gave up a lot to move on from, and to take on his entire contract. Now, who knew the Red Sox had like 6 guys who are under 25 that all have like 800 OPSs right now, but I guess the Red Sox were totally fine without him.
The Athletics currently sitting in last place of the AL West, 66 wins on the season. They're sitting very squarely out of that race, so much so that their percentage chance of making the playoffs is .01. So, again, that's where the Athletics currently lie. We'll see if they get some runs across the board here today. The other team that, well, from here now, right, is just let's go all the way to San Francisco to talk about the San Francisco Giants. 74-71 currently is their record, and they're 7 games out of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And their percentage chance to make the playoffs is not very high either. And we look at the wild card race, the San Francisco Giants sitting two games back of the New York Mets, and sitting 5 games back of the Padres, and sitting 7 games back of the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, so Cubs and Padres are pretty much there. I think their playoff probabilities are like 99% right now.
It's what the Padres went through after doing what they did to the Dodgers is insanity. They just stopped winning.
Yeah.
And dropped drastically because they had a ginormous bumper between them and the Giants just a few weeks ago.
Don't remind me, Jose. I mean, me and Whitey are crushed by our Padres right now, just letting us down after it looked like we took first place first time in 15 years. And yeah, now it doesn't look like it's going to go great. One of their relievers tore his quad. So yeah, it's looking pretty not great for the Padres, who are going to have to go on the road to Wrigley probably for a wild card series, unless they somehow catch the Dodgers. But the Mets, they've fallen apart. And the Giants, they've somehow gone on a winning streak. And now it's a real conversation.
The Mets do what the Mets do. That's how, and again, this comes from a Braves fan, so I'm a Mets hater to Mets hater of haters.
But they sometimes wait till October to do this, right? This year,
they wait till sometimes they are early and they do it in August. They've had moments where it's like, oh, the NL East is theirs. There's no doubt. And then they utterly just fall apart, i.e. what the Red Sox and the Atlanta Braves did, those times ago where was the end of eras with the Boston Red Sox, but wasn't for the Atlanta Braves at that time. The San Francisco Giants, 2 games back, and they have now won 7 of their last 10. They've won 2 in a row. Because I'm a Giant, because I'm a Mets hater and not the biggest Giants hater. The Giants, though, they have the Dodgers coming up. They have a lot of NL West. They played the Dodgers 2 more times before the end of the season. They have the Cardinals at home. They have the Rockies and Diamondbacks. So it's not the hardest schedule, but having 2 series left against the NL West leading Dodgers doesn't bode well for the chances of the San Francisco Giants making the playoffs.
No, they need the Mets to really keep sliding in order to make it happen. And here's the other part of it, too, is that baseball got rid of the game 163 this year. So it's true blue tiebreakers. The Mets win the tiebreaker over the Giants. So the Giants basically are 3 back with 16 to play. With, as you mentioned, 7 games still against the Dodgers. And granted, the Dodgers are not playing very well right now, but
the Dodgers.
As a Padres fan, let me tell you, they can turn it on in an instant.
I think the beauty of this entire thing is the way things get scheduled. And if you're a San Francisco Giants fan, at least the New York Mets are taking on the Phillies. They are at home against the Rangers. They're at home against the Padres as well. And
they've got Washington and Miami.
And then I was going to say, and in that same breath, 2 of their last 3 series is against the, as you mentioned, the Nationals, the Marlins. But they have a 3-game set against Chicago Cubs in between those.
I kind of look at it like both teams have some easy games. Both teams have some hard games the rest of the way. Like the Giants got to play 7 against the Dodgers, and the Mets have to play 7 against the Cubs and the Phillies.
But the beauty of baseball and why I love baseball, and even though it's changed so drastically, is that the schedule, obviously the way it somehow always works out. But if you're a Giants fan, you just got to play the games in front of you because you're not playing anyone really like in front of you in the wild card in this chase other than you're playing the Dodgers. But the Mets and Cubs are going to hurt each other. And you're hoping, in that case, you're going, all right, Cubs, go win 3, please. And that is a direct fight inside the wild card standings, which is a benefit if you're a San Francisco Giants.
I mean, same for the Padres, right? You said the Mets play the Padres, right?
Absolutely. So there's a lot in there and a lot to go. And if you're a Giants fan, at least you're hoping right now for some October baseball.
Yeah, to your point, I think the Giants have like a 5% playoff probability right now, but a week ago it was like 0.4%. So going from 0.4 to 5 I mean, I'm no mathematician here, but that's like a 12 times increase in your playoff chances.
And so I'll tell you this, the San Francisco Giants have a 7.7% chance.
See, it's gone up since yesterday. So 7.7.
If you're a Giants fan, yeah, you believe in magic. If you're a Giants fan, you believe in magic.
Well, here's the other great thing that might end up happening here. The Giants could get, again, very unlikely they're going to catch the Padres and the Cubs, but they could catch the Mets.
Yes.
And get to the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Which in the new baseball playoff format means 3-game series against the 3 seed at Dodger Stadium. It's where the Dodgers are probably going to be. Giants at Dodgers. 3 games decide your season. If you told a Giants fan a month ago you were going to get 3 games with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and a chance to eliminate the Dodgers, oh my God, that would be just amazing.
Ah, baseball, baseball, baseball. You bring me back even when I want to go away. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Jose Gonzalez filling in for Alan Stiles right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mpofstockton.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. It's Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton and Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Balsam Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza, the way it ought to be.
Flagship station for the Bean Team, Sacktown Sports.
The game out there at Sutter Health getting underway. And bottom of the first inning, getting going. There is...
Have they scored off left-handed pitching yet?
No, Jacob Wilson, first batter to the plate. He's out.
That's unfortunate. Have you heard about the Alan Stiles putting a curse on Jacob Wilson?
No, I have not.
Yeah. So Jacob Wilson was headed to the All-Star game. This is, I think, right after he got hurt. But he was headed to the All-Star game, and he came on the show with us. And then ever since then, just been terrible. Just awful since then. So
you know why I remember that? Because of how big Allen was cheesing that day.
Oh, he was so excited.
Oh, I don't think I can count how many times he said all-star.
All-star shortstop Jacob Wilson from your Sacramento Athletic. I mean, he's a big baseball guy. He was excited.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's just
so excited to have a baseball player on.
Oh my goodness.
And yeah, it was funny at first. Now he's gotten a little better, but at first it was like he's hit 105 in 10 games since coming on the show with us.
I play fantasy baseball. Oh my goodness. Langoliers was just robbed.
They just robbed a home run.
Does he have it? No, he doesn't. Never mind.
Or is Duran fooling us? This is great.
No, he's celebrating. Okay. It's the J-Rod, right? Julio, who just kind of lollygagged and was like,
the little like,
and then goes, it's right here, and tosses it in. We're staring at that center fielder for quite a while.
You thought Duran had robbed the home run and fell down, but he just fell down.
Yeah, I think he was just disappointed. So make it 56.
Oh, I just saw the replay. That was crazy. It looked like he had it, but
just like an inch to his left. An inch to his left. But 56 home runs now against left-handed pitchers.
There you go.
Slugging percentage stays #1.
Shout out, was it Langoliers?
Langoliers,
yeah.
Former Brave.
Langoliers, first run scored of the series for the Athletics.
There you go. It's in the first inning, too. Was Jason Ross in his seat?
Yes.
He's early, yeah.
Here's why I think he was for sure, because they play the little Let's Go Streaking game on the show, and he picked Jacob Wilson. So I have a feeling he wanted to be in his seat ready for Jacob Wilson's first at-bat.
Picked the wrong guy.
Well, yeah, you should have picked Bengaliers.
And the Athletics are extending that first inning.
Left-handed pitching.
It's working. The stat team out there, they did their job, man.
Sorry, my bad. Left-handed starters, not left-handed.
No, not the relievers are a different story.
Left-handed starters specifically, the A's do great, except for yesterday where they didn't.
I absolutely love that we get to do that. And I know for anybody listening, like, what do you mean you get to do that? I love that we as a society have just accepted the fact that we'll cherry pick stats and then go, yeah, that's what it is. He's the best fourth hole hitter on September 22nd for the last 42 years. That's the kind of stats that you'll get from time to time. That's what it felt like there.
And I love it in sports because I'm just a giant nerd here. Let me just hit both of us with the sounder. Nerds. We're both just giant nerds, but I love specifically that in baseball, it's like we can drag this back to the Barons of 1890 and pull just random, like this is the first time this has happened since like before the Panama Canal.
Since the merger, it's
the merger of the American League and the National League in 1901.
Really? Hey, that might be coming here. Another shift of no longer the American League and National League. Manfred threw that out there where people didn't really. I don't think some people don't put enough stock in some of the things Rob Manfred says, and that was one of those that I'm like, oh, it was a little tidbit where it just kind of makes it seem that we're willing to realign and now make it location based as opposed to. Does it make sense that the Atlanta Braves and the Miami Marlins are in the NL East? Does it make sense that the Rangers and the Astros are in the West?
I mean, I think it's partially that, but I think the bigger thing is like, does it make sense that Boston and the Athletics that are in Sacramento, but not in Sacramento, but are going to Vegas, but are actually in Oakland, does it make sense that they should be in the same league? Considering that they are on opposite sides of the country, and I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing Boston is going to leave here today and have to fly 500 miles back home after some road trip that could have been avoided.
And especially in a time where everybody plays everybody. So we're no longer where you get 10 interleague games a year or whatever. Everybody plays everybody no matter what. It's just going to be if let's just say we're talking about the Athletics, if the Mets come into town this year, then the Athletics are going to be in New York next year. Like that's just, it's a good way to kind of look at it. Kind of looking ahead as well. Brendan Nunez coming up here at the 1 o'clock hour. Hunter Patterson, and we'll be joining him from the Athletic. He will be chatting with him in the 1 o'clock hour. So be aware of that is coming your way. So just prep because Brendan is going to bring you all of that good NBA talk that that we've been avoiding for the next 20 minutes. So with that being said, as we get you here to hour number 4, 3 hours in the books have just gone by very, very quickly. I forget how quick 3 hours can go.
How quick radio can be when you're doing great content. And fortunately, we had lots of news today. Not as much as yesterday, where Whitey and I got like kicker talk for 2 hours because Moody had just finally been released. But
I'll talk about kickers for 4 hours. Kyle, kickers are football players too.
Yeah, but like a kicker on no disrespect to Niners fans, a team that's probably not going to win the Super Bowl, kicker talk on that team can sometimes get a little bit repetitive, I mean, how much Eddie Pinheiro, well, if it were Allen, you just need 5 minutes of Eddie Pinheiro highlights for him to be like, oh, this is my guy. This is the best, but we'll see.
Hey, if he's kicking a field goal, dude is pretty money. If he's kicking an extra point, not so much.
Well, also, if he's kicking a field goal less than 50 yards.
Yeah, I think his career long's 56, but he doesn't make it very often from 56.
Yes, I believe in his career, he's like below 60%.
Why is it so hard to find a kicker that, and I just mean this in the NFL world, that is a longer and deeper conversation, but it's just how because of how mental it is, it's just like one little thing. Done. And it's just like these guys can't get over those mental little like like how the old saying is, the yips. Like, they just can't.
Well, you know what's so crazy about it, too, and I was talking about this with Whitey yesterday, is like, it can go and it's over, and then it can come back like it was nothing. I still laugh at the fact that 8 to 10 years ago, the punchline for bad kickers was Nick Folk. It was like, if you had Nick Folk, you were screwed.
Yeah.
He's still out here as one of, like, 8 years later, is now, by all the metrics, one of the best kickers in football at like 38 years old. Younghoe Koo for the Falcons was terrible, then an all-pro, and is now terrible again.
And then you look at Matt Prater, right? The Bills go, hey, man, what you doing? Coaching my kids' football team? You want to kick for the Buffalo Bills and maybe have a chance at the Super Bowl? Yeah. He's 41, 42 years of age. It's just, the kicking world is absolute insanity. And with that, I say thank you to Kyle. I am going. The show continues. Brendan Nunez will be joining you next, and he's going to give you a lot of good basketball talk. And obviously, as we mentioned already, make sure you're listening, because he will have Hunter Patterson of The Athletic joining him as well to have a great basketball conversation. Appreciate every single one of you for giving me these 3 hours, letting me be with you here. Show continues. It is not over. Brendan will hand it to the Drive guys, so stick it right here. Don't go anywhere. The Alan Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, 11:40.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's will open the season next year on March 26th in Toronto, and the full slate of games that day will mark the earliest traditional opening day in Major League history. Now, as far as the Dodgers coming to West Sacramento for the first time, that series will begin on June 29th.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Need cash fast? Tap into the value of your home with a home equity line of credit from Valley Strong Credit Union. Whether it's for home improvements, debt consolidation, or that dream vacation, you can get your cash offer in minutes. That's right, just minutes to unlock the power of your home's equity with no hard credit pull to see how much cash you can get. No stress, no waiting, just smart local banking that puts you first. Grow your possibilities with Valley Strong Credit Union. Visit valleystrong.com to get started today.
It's Kids Night at Stockton 99 Speedway, Saturday, September 20th, presented by your local Tractor Supply stores. Enjoy free games, prizes, and family fun, plus racing action from late models, legends, pure stocks, and more. Kids 10 and under are always free. Visit Stockton99.com for tickets and info.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
What's happening? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chrysler's Drive into Fall Sales event is here. What's going on for that?
There's still time to explore all the fun California has to offer, and there's no better way to do it than saving up to $10,000 off MSRP on the brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler. Auto Trader called it the 2025 best vehicle for adventure for the third consecutive year. I guess the question is, why are you waiting? Your next adventure awaits with your new Jeep Wrangler Rubicon at Hoblet.
That's nice to have a way to break free from the routine.
Yes, it is, and Hoblet is the place to do it. As a fifth-generation dealer with dozens of customer service awards, you'll experience the difference. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family, and we take care of family. Hoblet is home of the big city savings and selection, but with the small town service, you can't get at those other places.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
10,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X after 2,500 factory rebates and 7,500 dealer discount. 3% net savings. Sample VIN 622117. See dealer for details.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guest Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
KHTK-HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Alan Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
No Alan Stiles today. You heard Jose filling in for the first 3 hours. My name is Brendan Nunez. Some of you may know me a little bit. Cover the Sacramento Kings out here. Obviously work for the station. Going to be taking you up until the Drive Guys at 2 o'clock and focusing on the Kings for the next hour. Surprise, surprise. And obviously the big offseason addition and really the only major change that they made this offseason is new general manager Scott Perry was very keen on identifying a point guard that could run their system on both ends of the floor, set the tone, and went out and got Dennis Schroeder. So I reached out to a friend of mine that covers the Detroit Pistons. Some of you may remember him as well, Hunter Patterson, that covers Detroit, previously covered the Sacramento Kings and worked shoulder to shoulder with us out here. I think we got Hunter on the line now. Hunter, what's up, my guy? Thanks for doing this. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to be back on air with you, bro.
Appreciate you,
having
man.
me.
Yeah, been a sec. Good talking to you as always. You know, Chris, by the way, Chris Watkins was just out in, I'm mixing this up. He was out in Chicago, actually. I don't know why I'm thinking Detroit. He was out in Chicago for that Minnesota game 1, and I guess it ended up working out in his favor. But obviously, we got you here to talk about Dennis. And first, though, before diving into him specifically, I'm kind of curious your impression on the Kings season last year. Obviously, you got a little bit of a, I guess you could say, outsider perspective after having been covering it so closely for a handful of years there. Just what were your impressions of the Kings season last year and, you know, making that move over to Monty McNair and Doug Christie, or sorry, to, Scott Perry and Doug Christie?
Of a night owl, so when I would come home from games, I would do my best to keep up with Kings games and see how things were going out in Sac. And I will say there's a lot of talent on the team, although it may not be very cohesive in as far as one unit. But yeah, I mean, there are assets on the team, and I'm interested to see how Scott and now Doug can kind of put everything together all this year.
Yeah, and obviously ended up trading De'Aaron Fox in the middle of the season. We've said our 2 cents about how I personally don't think that was a very good deal, and Scott Perry might be in a lot better situation if he got to, do the trade for De'Aaron Fox this offseason as well. But instead, point guard void after that deal, they end up signing Dennis Schroeder this offseason. And Dennis obviously made his way over to Detroit in the middle of the year last year. What was your initial impressions of Dennis? Obviously a guy that, was on Brooklyn at the beginning of the year, and then he's on Golden State in the middle of the season after the DeAnthony Melton injury. And then he ends up making it over to Detroit. And, I'm sure you had a similar situation where we're sitting here like, okay, this guy's on his 10th team. It was the 9th team when it went to Detroit. What were your initial impressions of Dennis, and how much did those fit as it all played out?
Right off the bat, I was interested in the fact that he was constantly talking as someone who constantly talks. So he, I think, was a big asset to the Pistons off the bench. Just with his veteran leadership, the Pistons were such a young team, still are. but it was really Tobias Harris, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Dennis Schroeder as the veterans, and really the only players above 30 at the time. So he was, I would say, a pretty steadying presence in the locker room. You could see in the postseason that he was more used to some of those high pressure situations than some of the younger guys on the Pistons. And his jumper was kind of something that was a work in progress and reliable in the bigger moments, but he just seems to be someone who plays his best on the biggest stages.
Yeah, which, I can't promise that the Kings are going to necessarily give him big stages like Madison Square Garden in the first round of the playoffs, but, it may be something. There's definitely going to be a lively crowd at Golden One Center. One thing I'm curious of is, Cade is obviously point guard of that team, or just, main facilitator and the hub of everything there. So how much did you see Dennis really functioning as, I guess a traditional true point guard in that system, compared to, obviously having Cade run the show? And there's value in being able to do both. Obviously the Kings with Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis are going to run through those guys, but I still think they want Dennis to run like traditional point guard. How much do you feel like you saw him do that in Detroit?
He did a lot off the bench because, as you mentioned, Cade is the guy. He's a 6'7" point guard, but when Jaden Ivey went down on January 1st, there was a real need for someone to run the second unit, and he was able to do that to really just give Cade rest to recuperate and not have to be the one running the show all the time. And I think he's really good in that role as far as being just the vet who younger guys can turn to. Obviously, there are a fair amount of vets there in SAC. So I think he'll be an asset for sure. We see what he's done overseas in terms of, I believe it's like the FIBA play and everything. But I think he'll be just a steadying presence for some of the younger guys, Devin Carter probably. I think Dennis was for sure an asset here in Detroit, and I think he'll be one there in Sacramento as well.
Definitely what they're hoping. I'm going to get to some of the off-court personality stuff that you're talking about there, being a little bit of a mentor, but focusing on court a little bit first. Obviously, you mentioned the jumper not being the cleanest thing necessarily for Dennis, but showing up in big moments. What would, I guess, your thought be on how confident and comfortable Kings fans should feel with the spacing of Dennis? Obviously, you're aware, but like having DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis out there as well, there's a little bit of a question of, how functional is the spacing of that group?
The more shooting around Dennis, the better. He and Malik Beasley were a pretty good tandem. Malik was a good tandem for most of his teammates, considering the amount of threes he made last year. But I think when you do surround him with shooters, it makes it easier for him as someone who's primarily, he's most effective, I would say, getting downhill, getting to the basket, drawing fouls. He's really crafty. He's well aware of how to use his body to get to the free throw line and does that often. So I would say the more shooting around him, the better. But I could imagine Keegan and Dennis likely developing some good chemistry just based on the fact that Keegan has the ability to space the floor without needing as many dribbles as maybe others on the Kings. But I think Dennis is someone who also is very blunt, and he demands the best out of his teammates, which I think is another good trait in him. So I think as long as players on the Kings are just kind of receptive to his communication style, he'll be good at getting the best out of guys.
Yeah, and how would you sort of describe that communication style? I know you did a little bit there, but I think when the deal first went down, I texted you about it, and one of the first things you pointed out is how much Cade mentioned that Dennis was helpful to him off the court as well. So how did you see, that be a benefit? Obviously, the Kings are looking for a little bit of a tone setter here after a funky last season.
Yeah, it was clear that it was Cade's team, and Dennis knew that as well, but he was there to just kind of coach Cade through some of the moments that Cade hadn't been through yet on more of a playoff stage where it's like the team you're playing against knows you inside and out, especially when you get to 7 games, 6, 7 games. And I think that could just be beneficial for some of, like I said, the younger guys on the Kings, where Dennis has been there, done that for a lot of situations in the NBA, going back to when he was in Atlanta, even with Jeff Teague, when he was the young guy. And now he's one of the veterans who has seen and experienced a lot in the NBA. And I think he's more than willing to share that knowledge with a lot of the younger guys and people who haven't been in that position yet.
The Jeff Teague, Dennis Schroeder storyline is one of my favorites that to still keep tabs on as Jeff just continues to talk about him. You know, I love their content over there at Club 520. But yeah, man, I guess last thing for you, curious a little bit, obviously keeping tabs on the entire league as a whole, every team, it's all relative to your competition. How you feeling about Detroit going into next year? You know, I think you have an interesting perspective of you got to experience that Kings Beam Team season, and then you end up going somewhere else before like the decline. Do you almost have a little bit of a worry of like, was last year, you know, how do you continue to grow on last year, I guess, right? And that's the harder step.
I think Trajan Langdon is a very calculated guy in how he goes about running the team. And he wasn't keen on making any kind of, I guess, like knee-jerk reactions to the fact that the team succeeded and exceeded expectations last year. And he's really honing in on just internal growth and allowing Asar to develop now that he has will be his first full off season where he can kind of refine his game. Jalen Duren was almost a different player for the better for the second half of last season. Jaden Ivey went down with his fractured fibula on January 1st. And I think all those things considered, Ron, even who just turned 20, I believe, he's just insane how like young some of these guys are, but he just turned 20. And I think Duren and Cade are in Rome right now, actually just like working out together, spending some time. This is the closest team I've ever been able to cover. Mind you, it's only been 2 of them really, but I think with the cohesion that they took from last season, the internal growth that they're expecting for this season, and the fact that the East is the weaker conference, I just did a mailbag actually a couple of days ago, and I see them being probably 4th or 5th in the East. I imagine Cleveland Cavaliers, the Knicks, and the Magic, now that they've added Desmond Bane into the fold over there, those are the teams that I see being pretty solid in the East ahead of the Pistons. And then the Hawks arguably put their best roster around Trae Young since he's been there. So a lot hinges on health with them. But I would imagine the Pistons are probably 4th or 5th in the East. Never want to oversell it or anything because, you know, you never know. But I could see them being about 4th or 5th in the East.
Yeah, talking to Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts on Dennis. You got me thinking at the end there about the difference in the East and the West, man. Like, try not to too much because what are you going to do? But my God, like, be a playoff team consistently.
It's unruly out
you know?
there, bro.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on Dennis. It's Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. Be sure to check out all his great work and keep it up, my guy. I appreciate you.
Likewise, bro. I appreciate you having me on and keep up the great work too.
Always appreciate you. Again, Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. Appreciate him stopping by. Good friend of mine. We got a good little relationship from his time covering the Kings. Always good to get his perspective. And again, at the end there, I think it's really important to keep tabs on the rest of the league. Again, this is all relative. You know, when we're talking about how good are the Kings, it's all dependent on their competition, obviously. And unfortunately, they're a West Coast team, very much a West Coast team, and the West is loaded. So I think in later segments of the show here, before I take you up to 2:00, I want to talk about sort of the state of the Western Conference a little bit, but continuing to focus on Dennis, as Hunter mentioned there, I think there's some off the court things that are intriguing in what he could bring, and definitely seems to be part of the sell, that they are looking for. I asked Scott Perry about this in Vegas. Like, when you say you need a point guard, what does that mean? Because I think positions can get so clouded nowadays when it comes to their definition. And he just pointed out how the point guard is the guy that sets the tone on the offensive and defensive end of the floor. Essentially they are the first guy making an impact and, like I said, setting that tone. So I think the idea is for Dennis to be able to do that. Maybe he can develop a little bit of a chemistry with Keegan Murray, like Hunter mentioned, that he did with Malik Beasley in Detroit. And maybe you can get some spacing there. It also is, as he mentioned, Dennis is best around a bunch of shooters. And it's DeMar DeRozan, it's Domantas Sabonis. That's not what the Kings have. And maybe Domas can take another jump as a three-point shooter. That's one thing that I feel like is just thrown out the window, like it's not even possible, and I'm guilty of that as well. But I think that last year he shot his best percentage from three. He was above 40%, but obviously he takes his time. He's lining up the laces before he shoots. If that becomes a little bit quicker, there's more volume on those 3-point shots, then maybe we're talking about a little bit of a different scenario here. Also, while I definitely obviously just mentioned that I think it's within the realm of possibility, I'm not counting on Domas necessarily to make that jump. And the addition of Dennis Schroeder, he's 34.2% from three in his career. He's also functions as the leader of that Germany team. I believe that they're playing Eurobasket today, actually, I believe is the semifinals game. Maybe during a break here, I can check on the potential results of that. But an intriguing addition for this Kings team. I don't know how much I expect him to necessarily be a difference maker, though. I think that it's hard for a guy to come in and do that as far from the number one necessarily on this team. Dennis the Menace here. Maybe I shouldn't use that nickname. It's kind of lame, I guess. But I think that it will be intriguing to see what he could potentially bring to this Sacramento roster, while also making sure to get enough touches for DeMar, for Zach LaVine. And he mentioned Keegan there, talking about Hunter Patterson, obviously, and a guy that he thought Dennis Schroeder could grow a little bit of chemistry with. I'd throw Zach LaVine in there too. I think that one of Dennis's strengths is his ability to play fast. That's something the Kings went away from a little bit last year after Doug Christie took over. I don't think necessarily that was a Doug Christie decision. It's just you no longer have what they were constantly calling the fastest point guard in the league. And if you want to debate whatever, he's top 3, top 5, right? And De'Aaron Fox. And you no longer had that on your roster. So again, the tone setting point guard being a high-paced guy, that goes out the window and you lose a little bit of your offensive identity. And it wouldn't surprise me if part of the idea with Dennis is that he gets you back to that a little bit here. Kyle, I'm curious your 2 cents. Just, I guess I'll throw it at you vague. First of all, just the Dennis signing, and how much do you worry about the fit?
Fit-wise, I will say your argument for putting shooters around him might be the argument for not benching DeMar DeRozan, but playing more consistently the lineup of Dennis, Keon, Zach LaVine, and Keegan Murray. Not saying that has to be your lineup all the time, but maybe Dennis should play with, again, maybe you throw Malik in that group too if Malik's coming back. It's like you just put those guys around him and create the spacing with Sabonis or Eubanks or whoever the center is in that point, because the lack of shooting for the Kings mostly emanates from DeMar DeRozan, I feel like. I mean, there's a few, I don't know how great Neat Clifford is going to be out the gate. Who knows who the backup 4 is going to be and whether they'll be able to shoot. But I feel like a lot of the shooting woes, because the Kings were a decent 3-point shooting team last year, I think a lot of it just comes from the spacing issues of DeRozan and LaVine playing together at times. But maybe that's an argument for that. Also, to follow up on your point, Germany beat Slovenia today in the Eurobasket quarters. So bye-bye Luka Doncic. Luka's what was it? 39 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. Not enough when you had 23.6 rebounds from Franz Wagner and 20 points and 7 assists from Dennis Schroeder.
Love it.
So Germany.
Was it a close game?
It was 99-91.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to have to check that one out a little bit later.
So Germany plays Finland in the medal round.
Okay.
So
I don't know if Lauri Markkanen is playing. I would imagine so. If Finland got all the way there, he has to be playing. I remember watching them last Eurobasket, and I was like, Lauri Markkanen's the only guy out here.
Oh, yeah. In this tournament, I remember people were like, Markkanen's putting up 48 points.
This was like his coming out party, last year before, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, he was... let's see what the box score was for today, because they played today also. Let's see how Finland did against Georgia, not the state, the country.
I want to say that Georgia might be oh my God, who's the overseas guy that the Kings brought in and then he didn't last at all? Sasha Vezenkov?
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe
is he Bulgaria?
You're right.
Georgia was who was the backup center for the Magic?
Goga Batadze.
Yes, he was Georgia. That's what I remember. So Markkanen today, 17 points, 17 points, 6 rebounds, 4 blocks. Finland beat Georgia pretty easily to go to the medal round.
Is it wrong to say that it feels like the Slovenia-Germany game is probably just the real final there? Maybe I'm sleeping on Finland.
Maybe. I mean, so this is semifinals coming up. Today was quarterfinals.
Oh, got you.
Sorry. So today's quarterfinals. Okay. The other semifinal matchup, I have to look it up again, but I think it's Turkey and I can't remember who Turkey's playing now, but
yeah, I can find it on my end too as well. Yeah, I think that, it's another one of those instances. Greece. Okay.
Turkey and Greece. That's Şengün versus Giannis, baby. Oh, what a game.
What a game. You know who's been killing it in this tournament, by the way? I was watching, I finally was getting caught up on watching some of this Dennis film, and the first game I watched was round of 16 against Portugal. And Nimi's playing pretty well. Neemias Queta, for people that may remember, obviously, former King. They drafted him in the second round. And
Beam teamer.
Ends up going to, yeah, that's right, beam teamer. And he ends up going to Boston and might be their starting center.
Yeah, this is one of those like, hey, Kings quiz questions, like fun fact of Kings lore. People don't remember that in the famous 176-175 highest scoring game in NBA history, Sabonis fouled out at some point. So Neemias Queta was playing closing minutes of the highest scoring game in NBA history.
That's something. That's something for sure. I forgot about that. That was an amazing game, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Goes without saying.
I mean, the highest scoring game in NBA history. I know it's technically second, but like the number one game had 3 overtimes. If the Kings had gotten 3 overtimes, they would have broken the record. Yeah, it's the highest scoring game in NBA history.
And I think the thing about that game is that like you hear that and you assume that it was bad defense, but it really was just insane shot making.
It was also like perfect basketball. Like I went back and I was looking through it. Like Kawhi had 21 points and went 9 for 9 from the field in the third quarter. Both teams had multiple 15-0 runs in like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Like it was,
because I think the Kings came back to even bring that to overtime.
Yeah. And it was like at one point the Kings were down like 9 and it was like, okay, they're down 9 with 4 minutes to go. And it's like they got basket, steal, basket, turnover, basket, steal, basket. It was like just literally perfect basketball for minute and a half stretches for both teams. Like it, yeah, that game was awesome.
All topped off with Balik's game winner on a great play call, a great out of bounds play call there. Catch and shoot 3 in that corner. That was a great game. And
Neemias Queta on the floor.
That apparently, I really forgot about that. That's a great pull by you.
Yeah, so he played the closing minutes of that game because he was backup center at that point.
People were like fairly optimistic on Nimi. I think also at the time where he ended up going to Boston, he was still a two-way guy for the Kings, and then he got a two-way with the Celtics, and I think he's still very TBD on what his potential NBA contributions can be, and if he is a regular player. I still think that is to be decided, essentially.
I think it's kind of now or never for him, though, because it's him and Luka Garza starting at center. So
God, they do have Luka Garza, huh?
It's now or never for him to get his shot.
Yeah. Boston is in a chaotic situation for sure. And
Speaking of which, did you see that weird video at the Eurobasket where Porzingis was talking to one of the players who's like, hey, I'll see you in a year, bud?
No.
That was kind of funny. He's like, just wait for my contract to expire. I'll be back in Boston.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he was quietly, I think, a pretty big part of that team. It was sort of a revitalizing a little bit of his career. And, now he's in Atlanta. I think Hunter mentioned it. Atlanta's one of those teams that, as we get closer to the season, I think you're going to start seeing some lists from people of like, who are the teams that could take a big leap this year? And Atlanta's going to be right there. They got Nickeil Alexander-Walker as well. He's one of my favorite role players in the league. I think that he could do a lot. Some of these offseason moves, obviously that's over on the Eastern Conference, but on the West, like you saw Houston take Clint Capella from them. Houston has all the centers, like every center.
They still
Steven
have Jock
Adams.
Landale hanging around.
They do have Landale. That's right. Steven Adams, Şengün, Clint Capella.
I think there's
Landale.
another one too.
I believe that we are missing one too. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of talent. They're one of those teams that, we mentioned like Atlanta probably going to make some lists of like teams that could make a big jump this year. You'd imagine that Houston obviously falls under that too. They add KD to a team that was the 2 seed last year. How much do you feel like, how much are you taking Houston as serious contenders right now, or do you need to see it a little bit first, Kyle?
I know we're coming up against a break, so we can talk about it more on the other side, but I will say I'm adjusting for Houston not being the second best team in the West last year, even though they were the 2 seed. So I feel like if they're like the 5th best team in the West last year, now they have a chance to be like the 3rd or 4th best team, or maybe even top 2 in the West.
That's fair. They were 52-30 last year, but they were 2 wins above the 5th seed, sitting there at 2.
And lost to the 7 seed.
That's right. That's right. They did lose to the Warriors. That was maybe one of the best series of last postseason. But we got to get to a break here. I want to talk more about the state of the Western Conference that the Sacramento Kings are going to be competing in on the other side here. Brendan Nunez filling in for Alan Stiles. Sacktown Sports taking you up till 2 o'clock.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contract. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Part 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guest Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
With football in the air, fall is almost here. Time to start thinking about the cooler weather ahead and whether your heater will be able to get you through the winter. Our heater fell apart last winter, so who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Hey, it's Alan Stiles. Have an injury? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at choosechangec8.org.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Nicholas Kurtz as well. You know, he continues to run it up. But a little bit earlier in the show, when I first hopped on here around 1 o'clock, we had Hunter Patterson, who covers the Detroit Pistons for The Athletic, on to talk about Sacramento's edition of Dennis Schroeder, obviously being the big offseason signing. Kind of the only thing they did this offseason. I know people won't love to hear that, but kind of the reality of it. And Hunter, I think unintentionally reminded me of the difference between the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference and how vast it is. Like, if the Kings were, maybe we could do this real quick. Kyle, I'm curious your 2 cents too. If the Kings were in the Eastern Conference, right? In the West, say we project them to be like somewhere between 8 to 11, right? Roughly, you know, take that for what you will. We'll go more into that later, right? But Eastern Conference, the Kings are like for sure a play-in team, right?
Play in, yeah. Like, there are 6 teams in the East I know for sure are better than the Sacramento Kings. They would be the 4 that Hunter outlined. Obviously the Knicks, the
Cleveland,
Orlando, Detroit. I would go Atlanta,
Indiana.
I just
not without Tyrese.
Indiana. I'm just kind of putting off to, like, give me 40 games before I figure out what it is. Is Mathering
doing the same with Boston?
Yeah, Boston. Yeah. Well, actually, Boston, I don't know if they're going to be good at all because, like, I know Tatum blew out as a kid, but we don't pretend like Jaylen Brown wasn't playing with a torn meniscus last year too.
Yeah,
right. And he had surgery this offseason also.
Boston's a really weird one to me, where I could see it going 2 vastly different directions. You know, because there's part of me that thinks that, you know, I was a Celtics fan, I guess, growing up, peel back the curtain a little bit. And it's like, so I watched the beginning of Jalen and Jason's career pretty closely. And it always felt like Jalen felt like he could do more. Right. And that, like, almost felt, again, this is reading tea leaves more than anything, but like he felt slighted of like, why are they talking about Tatum on like he's a whole different level than me, you know? So there's part of me that wonders if Jalen can continue to grow, and this can be a little bit of an opportunity. And like Anthony Simons isn't bad, to be honest, for scoring wise, but after that, I don't really know.
I just saw a team with Anthony Simons as their fourth best player be the 11 seed in the West.
That is fair.
I know what the deal is. Also, the sixth team I was going to mention is as long as Giannis breathes and walks in a Bucks uniform, the Bucks will be better than the Sacramento Kings.
And they got Miles Turner now.
Sure, he's young Brook Lopez.
Yeah, I made a point guard in 2K. I wanted to go to Milwaukee. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
you know,
you want to be Cole Anthony.
They got the bigs. That's right, Cole Anthony over there too.
Gary Harris is there now.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think in the Eastern Conference, God, looking at this, I can't believe Philly was 24-58 last year. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's another team that I'm just like, I don't know what to do with you.
No clue what to do with that team, like at all.
I've been calling them the zombie 76ers because it's like you have 4 stars on 4 different timelines.
Very much so.
You've got Paul George at the end, Embiid technically still in his prime, Maxey entering his prime, and then
honestly, Paul George didn't even cross my mind when I was thinking about that team. And I love Paul George. It's crazy to me. He's a great example of like how fast players fall, you know, because that guy was it Gilbert Arenas' son that was like, that's my favorite player growing up, you know? And everybody's talking about how like Paul George, like
he was Brandon Miller's GOAT.
That's what it was. It was Brandon Miller. Thank you. Yeah. And you know, Paul George is a guy a lot of these guys looked up to, and it happens so fast. Obviously, injuries have affected him throughout his career. That catches up to you in a hurry. But they're a weird one. Like you get a lot of crap. It makes me think of the 2 timeline thing that the Warriors did, right? But they kind of signed up for that. It almost seemed like Philly just fell into this a little bit, right? And you can't, I mean, maybe you can, but I don't think you can really trade Joel Embiid. Like when he's healthy, which is a big when, if, whatever, he's legitimately one of the best players in the league. Like he's up there for one of the best centers of all time when fully healthy. And, you know, wherever he may be on that list, it's a pretty packed one, but he's really good. It's hard to just like move off from that. But like you probably feel pretty good about Tyrese Maxey specifically. I'm still a little questionable on Jared McCain. I think there's obviously upside. Like that's somebody that you're glad to have on your roster.
But that's why the timeline thing doesn't make sense. Yes. You've got him and Edgecombe, who are both 19 and 20. You've got Maxey, who's 25, Embiid, who's 31, and Paul George, who's 35 and washed.
Yeah, it almost feels like you need to just embrace the young timeline, and then whatever the vets give you, then cool, I guess. But
you also can't bench Paul George.
Right. You can't bench Paul George. Joel is like going to be the main storyline all year, as he probably should be, to be honest. But so that's a team. Yeah, we'll throw them out the window, right? When it comes to would the Kings be better than them if they were in the Eastern Conference? We also got to keep in mind, like that means they would be playing the Eastern Conference teams more often, obviously.
I feel pretty confident that would be the top 6, and then you can have debates about, is Toronto going to get better? Right. Is Boston? Is it Indiana? Is Philadelphia? You know, I think honestly, all those teams might be playing teams.
Yeah.
What a weird play-in that would be, Boston versus Indiana.
The Eastern Conference Finals last year as a play-in game,
but also none of the same players who were playing.
That wasn't Eastern Conference Finals, but yeah, you would have none of them. It would be the Andrew Nemhard show, you know. But point being, I think we agree the Kings would probably comfortably, I would assume so. I think they would comfortably be in the play-in in the Eastern Conference and seriously fighting for maybe that 6th spot. Maybe. Kings obviously still have a lot of their own questions, but back to reality here. They're in the Western Conference. Newsflash. Sacramento over here.
Here's the dumb example that we brought up on our show. The best season of Levine and DeRozan in Chicago. They won 46 games in the Eastern Conference. They made the playoffs. They lost to the Bucks in the first round.
They only won 46 that year.
They won 46.
They were like the 2 seed in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
So anyways, when Lonzo was healthy and they were balling.
Oh yeah, and they had Vucevic at that point. They I guess
Caruso maybe.
Caruso was there. I guess it would have been Patrick Williams still starting.
That's right.
At that
would
point,
have been early Patrick Williams. Yeah.
Which hey, early Patrick Williams and Keegan are pretty
That's true.
good. I mean, they were willing to give Patrick Williams $80 million. But anyways, so if we then took that team and put it in last year's Western Conference, and they would have been the 9 seed.
Yeah.
So the best version of Levine and DeRozan so far would have been a 9 seed in this year's West.
The equivalent to what the Kings literally were last year.
Yes.
40 and 42, sitting at the 9 seed. And I don't think it's a hot take to say that Dennis Schroeder's probably not as good as Lonzo Ball was that year. You know, I do think that Sabonis is better than Vucevic probably, even though Vucevic did ball out that year, if memory serves correct.
But that's your one saving grace you're holding on to if you're a Kings fan. Is like they've never had a teammate as good as Sabonis.
Yeah. And the idea should be that I've always thought one of Domas's greatest skills is how much he elevates his teammates, right? That he can take I think you saw De'Aaron Fox benefit from it a ton, right? And that creation and space that he can help create for guards, I would say specifically, like screen setting, I think is a very underrated part of the NBA. And, you know, it's a lot more nuanced than people realize with the angles and all of that stuff. And I think that's something that Domas does really well. So, you know, we've seen it with DeMar. We've seen it with Zach. It was interesting to hear Domas last year when Zach first got there be like, yeah, it's a little bit different. I'm adjusting because Zach needs the ball in his hands. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, so how is this going to work? You know, and I don't feel like we really have an answer to that. I guess Dennis Schroeder is supposed to help orchestrate all of that. And things change quick. Like Hunter mentioned, people on the outside see it as well. Like there is talent on this team that is undeniable. There's at least one future Hall of Famer on the Sacramento Kings right now. And he can still get buckets out there, even if DeMar may not be in his prime. So a talented team, but that probably would be a lot better in the Eastern Conference, but reality is they're over here in the West. So as we get to the other side here, final segment before leading into Drive Guys, let's talk about that Western Conference a little bit. Are the Houston Rockets right there with OKC? Denver got a lot better with their depth. The Clippers have Bradley Beal over there now. I don't know what to make of that. The Pacific Division is a mess. We're going to talk about it all on the other side here. Brendan Nunez filling in for Alan Stiles, Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. This Saturday at Cal Expo with Proactive Pest Control, Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. Tickets at CITPFest.com. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf.com's Josh Sens offers 5 common golf course maintenance mistakes and tips to correct them. You've hit the green, and to fix your divot, you jam your tool underneath the ball mark and lift the soil, but the right way is to circle the edges of the mark with your tool, gently pulling the turf toward the center. Second, when fixing divots in the fairway, fill it with sand until it's level with surrounding turf, and gently smooth it with your foot. Third, when the course imposes the 90-degree rule, it means to stay on the cart path until you can turn at a right angle to your ball, minimizing wear and tear on the turf. 4, when you're driving on the course, proceed at a modest pace and avoid staked and roped off areas. Avoid sharp turns, wet turf, bunker edges, tees, and greens. The superintendent will applaud you. 5, in a bunker, rake the sand smoothly and exit as you entered from the low side. Tap the sand from your shoes and leave it as if you weren't there. And now that you know, make sure your foursome knows as well. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brendan Nunez here filling in on the Alan Stiles Show 15 minutes before the Drive guys take over. Already taken over a little bit here.
Well, I don't mean to take over. I'm just coming in to, pay my respects and observe that etiquette as we do our crossover.
Well, I always appreciate talking to you, Whitey, never going to find any complaints on my end.
I appreciate that.
You're also wearing a great Sacktown Sports 1140 shirt.
Oh,
this
thanks for
baseball
noticing.
sort of tee.
Yeah, it's an old before the, it's kind of like before we changed logos and all that.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to
Sports
attempt to have some
1140.
conversations because I'm a big fan of the shirt over here.
Okay, yeah. And I can't remember first when I saw it, and my wife found a bunch of shirts and she washed it and we saw, I was like, I don't remember that shirt. First I thought, I think we played softball in those because we did have a softball team. But now I don't know if we played softball in it or it was just a promotional thing. But thanks. Yeah, it's comfy.
It looks good. If you could play the 4 in it, NBA wise, I think it might be pretty helpful for the Kings. Obviously, need a little bit of depth there. So maybe start the training a little bit, I think there's like a Laffy Taffy factory where they can stretch you out a little bit, get a little bit more size.
I'm
maybe.
up for that, but no need. As you know, I mean, everybody's going crazy in the blogosphere about Kelly Oubre.
Absolutely.
I just don't want any part of it. Brendan. I don't know about you.
Whitey, exactly what I said yesterday. Jake Fisher, Kelly Oubre for Dario Saric swap might be in the works.
Pass.
That doesn't do it
Which
for
is
you.
one thing he doesn't do very well, by the way.
No, he does not.
Yeah.
No, he does not. I know De'Aaron was a good friend with Kelly, and Kelly was linked to the Kings. It felt like a couple years at the deadline. I guess he's probably been linked to a lot of teams. Feels like he's hopped around a decent amount, maybe not Dennis Schroeder level,
right?
But a decent amount. So obviously going to talk about the Kelly thing a little bit today, I'd imagine. But
Yes,
what else you got on the books?
Also, the commissioner spoke today about the whole, what are we calling it? Aspiration Gate, Kawhi Gate?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Uncle
He talked
Dennis
about
Gate.
that. Yes. And we also got word that Kyle Shanahan says, Brock's probably not playing this week. So
Yeah, Mac Jones. I guess, we're right
Of
back
course.
to it. Right
Yeah.
back to it. All the guys that obviously were part of that Trey Lance draft and seemed like it was going to be Mac Jones. Guess full circle moment.
Now, pardon me, those of you who are not on YouTube, just listening, but what is your shirt?
I have a little J. Cole shirt here. I thought Kyle might lead us in with a J. Cole beat at one point, but, he didn't notice. Yeah,
okay.
I appreciate you.
I apologize. I couldn't see. I thought it was Cole Anthony.
That is fair. That is fair. It says Cole across the top for the audio listeners, so that's fair. A Cole Anthony shirt would be crazy.
That's why I asked.
It's a fair question if you thought it was a Cole Anthony shirt.
It looked like he was wearing a Lakers jersey.
It does look like that. That is my one.
I was
critique.
like, I don't know who that is. Is that?
Yeah. That is my one critique.
That Julie is that D'Angelo Russell? I don't know what is
anyone. It could be anyone. We mentioned Cole Anthony earlier. You probably heard too. So maybe, yeah. I see how you piece all that together.
Actually, I did not hear that. That was just good fortune.
Okay.
Yeah. Brennan, I guess, plays NBA 2K, and he was like, I created a player, and I just want to be the backup point guard for the Bucks.
Hey, I didn't say the backup point guard. Okay, I have high aspirations.
That's right.
All right.
So does Cole Anthony.
I'm just saying. You're a point guard in the NBA. I'm like, hey, the Bucks look pretty appealing.
Kyle Ledbetter, who was your 6th grade teacher?
Oh God, Whitey.
What?
I know.
I had
you
a
have
few.
to say, do you remember them?
I mean, I remember their names.
Yeah. Do you think it would be odd if someone didn't remember their 6th grade teacher?
Shout out Miss Hoshino, man. I did my work. I forgot about this. Anybody that does not know, Whitey, previously, when we've done a show together, I think you asked me like my 4th grade teacher or something. I swear if you would have asked me 6th grade initially, I would have remembered. For some reason, I remember 6th grade.
He just had no idea. I just thought that was kind of odd.
No clue. We went like a couple hours on the show and it never came back to me.
I would normally say like, okay, I'm younger. I'm not, I was in 6th grade 2 years ago.
Yeah,
it's
right.
easy to remember. But like, Brennan's like 3 years older than me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not that far removed.
No, normally my defense would be like, well, it was a long time ago. Brendan, you're like basically my age.
But we jogged the memory and you got it all figured out.
We got there eventually, Shout out Miss Hoshino. I have a big snake fear, like phobia. And
really?
I remember Miss Hoshino because she had a snake in the class. That was like our class pet. I guess.
That could be why you don't remember.
That might be the problem.
You're blocking.
That might be the problem.
Yes.
Yeah, we're figuring it out. I appreciate the therapy session.
That was an unpleasant memory for you.
This might have been needed.
Oh, now I understand. I apologize.
Yeah. And now snakes to this day, they just don't do it. I don't know. I try to erase that. See, I feel like it's reasonable to not remember the snake's name.
It is. All of it now is reasonable.
Ironically enough, the snake was actually named Cole Anthony.
Yeah, there you go.
We are full circle again.
Yeah, we could probably make some jokes about what that snake may have been named, but we could leave that one a little bit. Whitey, obviously, I'm sure you got a little bit of King stuff going on as well, a little bit of the dead time of year as we count down towards eventual media day here. But Kyle and I were debating about how if the Kings were in the Eastern Conference, where roughly we think they would stack up, right? And just to do the exercise of the difference between the two, obviously. And I'm curious your perspective, and even going back, how much you feel like the difference of the conferences really obviously affects some of these teams. But it's just very interesting to me to consider that, you could have the exact same roster and your definition of success is so much different if you were just literally placed on the other side of the country.
Yeah. Well, short term, but still the issue is with the Kings roster, even if you plug them into the Eastern Conference, the drop off occurs much sooner in the East, to your point, right? But the Kings roster still, they might end up a top 6 seed, but they might not get very far anyway, because they're still kind of built for
still the same
for
problem.
the now. It's like a not great team that's built for the short term as, Scott Perry gets under the hood and tries to figure things out a little bit. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Where would you have them?
In the East? Yeah, we did the exercise probably around like 7.
That's just what I was thinking.
Which isn't like, we're still talking about them as a play-in team.
It's not like a mess.
Yeah. I'm not like, hey, put them in the Eastern Conference and they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm like, hey, they might make the playoffs in the East, which to your point speaks to obviously the talent of the roster, but obviously reality, they're in the West. And I guess I'm real quick before talking about the state of the West.
Yeah.
I'm curious how much, for a lot of my life, it's felt like the West has just been way better. Is that always felt like the case for you too?
Pretty much, just without really diving into it too much, because you had and my life, we're going way back when you had like 4 teams in the East and 4 teams in the West.
Okay,
but the Kobe Lakers winning 3 straight, and of course the San Antonio
Uh-huh.
team, and more recently the Warriors.
Yeah,
So,
I think of LeBron went to how many straight Eastern Conference Finals? And
you did have, of course, Michael with the Bulls and then Shaq and
Pistons
with the Rockets. one back to back.
Yeah.
yeah.
It feels like most of the 2000s, though, the West has been pretty dominant.
I think also the bigger thing is that all of the stars for the last 20 years have been drafted by Western Conference teams. Other than Giannis, Embiid, I think Derrick Rose one random season. I think all the MVPs other than LeBron have been in the West.
That's an interesting note. Yeah. And then obviously when guys reach free agency and have their own decisions, a lot of guys want to go to the West Coast.
Because the West Coast is the best coast.
Absolutely.
Or Texas, where there's no taxes.
There you go. Also factors in as well.
Thank you for mentioning Detroit, by the way. Good call there. Those bad boy Pistons.
We saw Kevin Durant obviously make his way to Houston. You see Denver add some depth to their team with the likes of, Cam Johnson, Jonas Valanciunas, Sex King, Bruce Brown goes back over
Denver
there.
did a lot. I like what Houston did too, but I like Denver a lot.
I agree too. Tim Hardaway Jr. is an addition over there. The Clippers are a team that tricks me every single year.
Yes.
I constantly am like, oh, they're going to be good. And they just never are. But I might do it again because they have Brad Beal, who, he got a lot of crap for a weird scenario, no trade clause. I think we're kind of forgetting Brad Beal's still a good player. There's something there at least, right? And then you add Chris Paul, John Collins, I think is a good get for them. Brooke Lopez. Just what do you make of the state of the Western Conference, and how much do you feel like these surrounding teams managed to get better while the Kings just added Dennis Schroeder, however much that may help?
It's funny because when the Kings won 48, the Beam Team won, they were able to take advantage of some shifting in the West in the balance of power. And there were teams that were kind of tanking here and there, figure things out. And the Kings just no, this is our opportunity. But it's since then, the other teams seems like they figured some things out. And the Kings are the team that hadn't. They thought they had, but they really hadn't. I think a team like Minnesota is fascinating. Look how good they've been the last few years. But right now they're trying to figure out, all right, how do we bust through to the next level? And it just speaks to how difficult it is in that conference. The Warriors are another team. Warriors are hanging on, stubbornly believing our championship window is open. That sucker closed years ago.
Don't tell them that.
I know.
Don't tell them that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that especially you see these growths, and that year that you mentioned of the original Beam team that everybody obviously is going to have fond memories of, the Nuggets win that championship, and even in recent years have been that wasn't the strongest year. That's kind of the reality of this a little bit too. So obviously all relative to your competition when we're talking sports here. So the Kings gotta find a way to keep up a little bit here, Whitey.
I think they'd be happy with a play-in berth. I really do. They'd be happy with more, but I think, truth be told, they'd be pretty okay getting into the play-in again.
I tend to think the same. That's going to do it for me, essentially, here.
How about
Wrapped up
it,
the last
Brendan?
hour. I appreciate you, Whitey.
And
Shout out to
Lobito.
Jose.
Yeah,
Jose
Jose
doing the first 3 hours of the show. Our PD here. Shout out Jose for filling in there while Alan Stiles is awaiting baby number 2. I haven't gotten an update on what may be going there, but curious.
Hoping it's today.
So best of luck to Alan. Whitey, what should we planning on leading off with on the Drive Guys here?
We got to dive into the Brock Purdy update.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's the plan here. Appreciate everybody listening. Brendan Nunez filling in the last hour here. Thank you, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, and Jose for filling in the first 3 hours here. Alan Stiles Show taking you up to the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney Tip